Chapter 3199. There was a power outage in the morning. The male ice spirit looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before slowly shaking his head. You're not. He then pointed to Su Yang. She is. We came together. Yang Kai smiled slightly. You saw it too. It was your ice god who brought us here. The male ice spirit stubbornly shook his head. You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave. He was now the master of the Star Territory and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction, yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male ice spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the ice god would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Su Yang patted Yang Kai's hand before looking at the male ice spirit and saying, Please take me to see your ice god. She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star's source this time was the ice god, so she didn't want to waste any time. The male ice spirit nodded but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Su Yang. Drink some. The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Su Yang took it and asked, Can I see the ice god only after drinking? You're a guest after drinking. Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some tests. Good. Su Yang opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain, the contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Su Yang raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show, but as time passed, their expressions gradually changed, especially the male ice spirit who had handed the ice bag to Su Yang. His eyes slowly widened, and with a look of shock, he said with a distressed voice, Enough, enough. Su Yang put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. Does this count as passing? The male ice spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently, and moved aside with a pained expression. Please. Su Yang glanced over at Yang Kai and gave him a meaningful look, telling him not to be impatient. Then, she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, a female ice spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice, and on the plate were some snow-white silkworm cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. Do you want to try? Su Yang pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female ice spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Su Yang just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the Star Territory, since he had brought Su Yang here to refine the Ice Soul Source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the Ice Soul Source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability, he could completely subdue the Ice Soul Source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Ice Spirit, the Ice Soul Source, probably wouldn't expect that Su Yang was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, so the so-called test wouldn't be a problem for her. Bored, he stared at the male ice spirit's ice bag and said, Let me try it too. The male ice spirit immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. Su Yang had drunk so much just now, so he was still feeling pained. Stingy. Yang Kai curled his lips. The male ice spirit said, You'll die if you drink it. Yang Kai sneered, Do you think it's so easy to die? Let me try it. You'll really die. The male ice spirit said seriously, Although you're not a guest of the ice spirit, since you came with that guest, I can't harm you. Enough nonsense. Give it to me. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and snatched the ice bag. Tilting his head back, he gulped down a mouthful. The sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Not only that, an extremely cold aura filled his mouth, almost causing him to lose all sensation in his mouth and his entire head to be covered in frost in an instant. Young Kai was shocked. He didn't know how this thing was brewed, but it should be a kind of fruit wine. He tasted hundreds of spirit fruits in it, and all of them were ice attribute spirit fruits. If a third-order origin king drank this kind of fruit wine, they would definitely die. No wonder the male ice spirit said he would die. If his cultivation had not transcended the scope of this world, his life might really have been in danger. Su Yang, on the other hand, was indifferent even after drinking so much, obviously because of her ice crystal jade body. Seeing Yang Kai so reckless, the male ice spirit was also shocked. Although Yang Kai was not a guest of the ice spirit, he had come with that guest after all. If he really died here, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's body shook, and the frost on his face instantly disappeared as he laughed, refreshing. He raised his head and gulped it down again, drinking even faster than Su Yang just now. The surrounding ice spirits were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all shocked. Although the ice bag was not big, the space inside was not small. It contained at least a few dozen kilograms of fruit wine, but Yang Kai drank it all in one gulp, not letting go until there was not a single drop left. Suddenly, he burped, filling his mouth with a sweet taste. It was really strange. This fruit wine obviously did not have the smell of alcohol, but it could still make people drunk. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, "Bring out whatever delicious food you have." The male ice spirit looked at him like he was a monster, shook the empty ice bag, and after a long time, waved his hand. A moment later, on the platform, an ice table was set up. Yang Kai sat at the table, which was filled with all kinds of specialties of Ice Soul Star. There was the fruit wine he had drunk before, as well as some food he had never seen before. Each dish was extremely exquisite, pure, and flawless. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around, watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits, who had not seen much of the world, what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Yang Kai was a little tipsy and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Su Yang's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor chi and immediately sobering up. "How is it?" Zheng. With a flash of cold light, Su Yang pulled out her sword. "It's done." "Profound Frost Divine Sword?" Yang Kai raised his brow. This Profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Su Yang from Scarlet Wavestar's Iceheart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Iceheart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Over the years, she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Dao Source realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Yang Kai had been thinking about asking Hu Yu to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Su Yang did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Dao Source grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword, there were 2 small words. "Ice Soul." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Did you refine it into an artifact spirit?" Su Yang shook her head. "It chose itself." Inside the Ice Palace, Su Yang and the Ice Soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle, but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the Ice Soul's approval, Su Yang took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire Ice Soul Star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Yang Kai could not say whether Su Yang's decision was good or bad, but one thing was certain. Su Yang had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. "What's wrong with them?" Su Yang asked curiously. When she came over just now, she saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Ah! Yang Kai burped. I ate and drank a little of their stuff, they're so stingy. Su Yang swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect, smiling. You ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation. Did I? Haha, it seems that they are quite enthusiastic. Yang Kai patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation, even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice Goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the profound Frost Divine Sword and the Ice Soul Sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the Ice Soul Sword, making Yang Kai's eyes widen. Although he knew that the Ice Soul Star Source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Liu Yang's, but the two had different attributes. Liu Yang was like fire, and the Ice Soul was like ice. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around and her cold voice resounded through the world, I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Yang Kai and said, before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yang, so naturally, he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. Chapter 3200. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The void shattered, as if someone had torn open a rift. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from this rift, as if doomsday was coming. A monster commander with 2 horns on his head hid under a tree, trembling as he looked up. With a deafening crack of thunder, the monster commander was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. All of a sudden, the clouds and lightning receded, and the blue sky was completely devoid of clouds. When the demonic commander looked up again, he saw that a figure had appeared in the sky, and he was immediately bewildered. This was the territory of the monster race, so very few humans dared to enter this place. Those who dared to enter were basically all dead, so the monster commander was very curious as to how this person had appeared when there was clearly no one there just now. Taking a closer look, the monster commander vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before the monster commander could figure out what was going on though, the expression on this person's face suddenly changed as he closed his eyes and spread out his arms, causing the surrounding world energy to roll and gather towards him. Hong. An invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye that swept across the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The monster commander's eyes widened as he realized that this person was not to be trifled with from the aura he had just released. Quickly holding his breath, he quietly retreated. He was just a monster commander, equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but this human who had suddenly appeared was from the Emperor Realm. What's more, it seemed that this person had just broken through. The monster commander didn't know if he was a second-order or third-order Emperor Realm master, so he was definitely not his opponent. This matter needed to be reported to the king as soon as possible so that he could make a decision. However, the monster commander couldn't understand why this person would suddenly come here to break through. Was he looking for death? Although the Emperor Realm was not weak, there were many kings here who were stronger than him, and any one of them could easily eat his heart out. High up in the sky, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he felt the long-lost power flowing through his body. He felt as if he could move mountains and seas with just a lift of his hand. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he let out a long roar. After returning to Star Territory for more than 10 years, Yang Kai had been suffocating. At first, in order to avoid the rejection of world principles, he had to seal his cultivation. Later, even though he had become the master of Star Territory, he didn't dare to recklessly use his power for fear of causing damage to his territory. Until now, The shackles on his body had finally been removed, and he once again felt the taste of freedom. And just as he expected, he had already accumulated a lot of First-Order Emperor realm strength, so as soon as he returned to the star boundary, his strength naturally broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm. The increase in his realm and strength made him feel like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. As the howling gradually subsided, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense. Although he was sure that he had returned to the star boundary, the first thing he needed to figure out was where he was. After returning from Ice Soul Star with Su Yang, he stayed on Shadowed Star for half a year. When everything was ready, he moved everyone into the sealed world bead, broke through the void, and returned to the star boundary. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the Starfield Master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hang Luo Starfield had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hang Luo Starfield and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hang Luo Starfield wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence. Have I arrived at that place? He set off from star territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The starlight corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Is this the ancient wild lands? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Yang Kai's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated. Yes, he felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wild lands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Yang Kai grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you? Yang Kai raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Yang Kai attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah! The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the old dog master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. You. He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Shahua even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day, a descendant of Tian Xing entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Yang Kai's features. Now that Yang Kai had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh right. The double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, So it's Lord Yang. You recognize me? Yang Kai asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years. The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the blood door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the blood door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Tian Xing who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Yang Kai was the key. If not for this, how could the three masters Shi Lei, Ying Fei, and Xie Wuwei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 monster king in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 monster kings were incomparably envious of them. If not for the 3 Saint Venerable's strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 monster kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Yang Kai. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 monster kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression, which made Yang Kai feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, "Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time." "Yes, yes, yes," the double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. "Please instruct me, master." The corner of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him, so he instructed, "Go to Luan Feng's place and tell her that I, Yang Kai, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." Debt? What debt? The double-horned monster commander was confused. "Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go." Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. "Oh." The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him, so he immediately set off for Luan Feng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance, and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits. Chapter 3201. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone, take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times, those powerful experts liked to subdue 1 or 2 wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as one wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed, and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times, so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time great emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return, the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground, and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Yang Kai, gathered around him, and danced like butterflies. "Hello." Yang Kai grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race people who lived in the ancient wild ancient lands had never seen their true faces and had only heard about them. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Yang Kai's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Yang Kai vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai arrived, the wood spirits sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai walked up to him, put his hand on his chest, and bowed. "Elder." Then, he looked at the half-foot-tall female wood spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief. Distinguished guest, we meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief, Mu Na, plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you can just call me by my name." Yang Kai looked humble. Wise elders always received the respect they deserved. Moreover, he had a deep relationship with the stone mongoose tribe. Both Xiao Xiao and his Dharmakaya were born from the stone mongoose tribe. "I came uninvited. I have something to trouble you with." The elder laughed, but his laughter was restrained, as if he was afraid that Mu Na would complain again. "If there's anything, wait until you're full. It's been more than 10 years since you last came here. It's rare for us to be so lively here. You can't miss this opportunity. Then, I'll listen to you." With the command, the banquet was set up. Just like 10 years ago, everyone sat on the ground and gathered in front of a huge tree root. The wood spirits busied themselves with the tree root as a table. Soon, the table was filled with fruits and wine. As night fell, the moonlight shone through the leaves. There were strange fruits hanging on the tree trunks, flashing with multicolored light, illuminating this side of the world. The stone puppets were normally submissive, but at this moment, some of them seemed to have gone crazy. They held wooden cups that were taller than a person and drank large mouthfuls of fine wine. They enjoyed the spirit melons and strange fruits that the wood spirits had nurtured as the wood spirits danced around them. The moon was bright in the sky, and the banquet and wine were delightful. The stone mongoose tribe's names were very simple, from stone 1 to stone 8, but Yang Kai couldn't remember which one was which because they all looked similar. There was also a 9th stone, who was Xiao Xiao, but he had followed Zhong Ruoshi into the blood door and was still missing. The stone mongoose tribe was talented and powerful. Few people or monster beasts were their opponents, but the way of the heavens was to take from those who had too much and make up for those who didn't. The stone mongoose tribe was born with no more than 10 people. In other words, in the entire world, there were definitely no more than 10 stone mongoose tribes. Now, Yang Kai had 9 stone mongoose in front of him. Including Xiao Xiao, there were exactly 10. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it could no longer be considered a stone mongoose, so it naturally wasn't among them. The 8 stone mongoose toasted Yang Kai one after another. The wine cups they used were twice the size of ordinary wine barrels. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got Yang Kai drunk. Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he could only fight with them. The spirit wine brewed by the wood spirits was full of spirit energy and strong. Even the stone mongoose couldn't drink too much. Even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, how could he resist this group of simple-minded fools who were taking turns to fight him? In the middle of the night, he collapsed. Amidst the cheers of victory of the stone mongoose, a dozen wood spirits flew over and carried him into the wooden house to rest. When he woke up, it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you. I'll go now." "Thank you." Yang Kai smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe. Yang Kai thought to himself. The wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs, they themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, they lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Yang Kai went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another tree house. After saluting, he sat down. Yang Kai asked, "Is there still no news from Xiao Xiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how 9th stone is doing now." Yang Kai smiled. With Ruoshi looking after him, elder doesn't need to worry too much. Inside the blood door was the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace were countless holy spirit essences that were obtained by Tian Xing in the past. Xiao Xiao went in with Ruoshi to inherit Tai Yu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Tai Yu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, holy spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there were also differences in strength between holy spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, Chileen, Cheong-chi, and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Tai Yu's ranking among the holy spirits was also very high, not inferior to the Chileen and Cheong-chi. Therefore, Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what Xiao Xiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. "You came over yesterday to say something, what is it?" "It's like this, I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory." "Connecting to the Northern Territory?" The elder was shocked. "Boy, that won't do." Mu-Na flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "This area is the pure territory of my Wood Spirit clan and the Stone Mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future." "I cannot agree." Whether it was the Stone Mongoose or the Wood Spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Yang Kai solemnly said, Patriarch, don't worry, I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array. The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Luanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Luanfeng. If Yang Kai wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Luanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. How can you guarantee this? Mu Na obviously didn't want to agree to this. Yang Kai said, since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them, there is no need to hold back. Mu Na still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. If you can guarantee this, then it's fine. Many thanks, elder. Since the elder nodded in agreement, Mu Na naturally couldn't say anything more. Where do you want to arrange the space array? Xiao Xiao's treehouse. Yang Kai already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiao Xiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. That's fine, if you need any help, just let me know. Good, then I'll be going now. Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Come find me when you're done, I have something to say to you, Mu Na suddenly said. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and nodded. Chapter 3202. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Luanfeng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time, he would turn his head to look outside, as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 saint sovereigns of the savage wildland, the West Saint sovereign Kang Go. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Luanfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, sit down. You're making me dizzy. Kang Go stopped and looked at Luanfeng with grief and indignation. Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again? Luanfeng said weakly, you're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace, High Heaven Palace? Yes, High Heaven Palace. Kang Go clapped his hands. I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory? Kang Go had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage wild ancient land as his backyard. Luanfeng said indifferently, he said that he's here to settle accounts with me. Settle accounts? What accounts? Kang Go stared at her. Luanfeng lowered her eyes. Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense. Kang Go looked at her suspiciously. Are you hiding something from us? Luanfeng said, what can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right? Kang Go sneered. I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here. Kang Go couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well, and its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified saint masters of the ancient wild lands, but now, they had to guard against a mere first-order emperor realm master like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage, desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the 3 holy sages working together to suppress him, the Monster King under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Tianxing. They all wanted to work for him so that when the Blood Gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Tianxing. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the 3 holy sages, the remaining 29 monster kings still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wuwei to work for Yang Kai. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride and the glory of being fiend kings. The 3 holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the monster king's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Tianxing, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the 3 holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luanfeng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yang Kai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the 3 holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Kang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luanfeng replied. If the Kang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good, the Kang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luanfeng looked up at him. The Kang dog flipped his hand and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luanfeng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster, but she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland and the other 2 Saint Seniors couldn't escape. The Kang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time, he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs, they aren't of much use to our savage wildlands monster clan. We can just give them to him, or... The Luanfeng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Kang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of She Hua was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away She Hua's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ku is here. The Luanfeng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the 2. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Kang dog, then at the Luanfeng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Luanfeng nodded lightly. Fan Ku let out a long sigh. My fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponents. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland, but his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ku finally understood what it meant by good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Yang Kai. Where is he now? The Luan Feng shook her head. I don't know, I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ku's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not, the Luan Feng frowned. The Luan Feng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good, Fan Ku finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Kang Jiyu looked at the Luan Feng, then at Fan Ku. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luan Feng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fan Ku said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fan Ku shouted at the same time, the stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Yang Kai went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the 3 Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the 3 Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luan Feng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, when they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Yang Kai looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of Star Territory, using the entire Star Territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Yang Kai didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li Starfield, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Yang Kai didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty, in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 3203. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hand slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes, his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes, his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes, his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the three Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly, they stopped on a tree. Luan Feng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Kang Go suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Luan Feng turned to look at him. Kang Go frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just, be careful." His expression suddenly changed and he shouted while pointing behind Luan Feng. Luan Feng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted, as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Luan Feng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again. Using the void as a medium, it struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the 3 Saint Venerates. The 3 of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few hundred miles was in chaos. The 3 Saint Venerables were in the middle of it, and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow, they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the 3 of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The 3 of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now, someone had actually managed to toy with the 3 of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Kang Dog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Yang Kai had just appeared in the savage wildland ancient land yesterday, and today, someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. Kang Dog couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method. Suddenly, he discovered that this little brat was much stronger than he was a dozen years ago. If he had such a method a dozen years ago, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably by Shihua. Where is he? Luan Feng was annoyed, and 2 feathers fell from her wings. This was because she couldn't avoid the invisible space principles just now. Although the situation in front of them was a little dangerous, it wasn't a life or death situation. However, Luan Feng couldn't understand why Yang Kai had attacked them without saying a word. Was that little brat crazy? Even if his strength had improved over the past dozen years, it shouldn't be enough to make 3 Saint Venerables his enemy. What's more, the 3 of them didn't provoke him this time, so if it was because of the space array, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. Fan Hua didn't say a word, his face cold as he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his eyes, shouting, "Open." Looking around and observing from a different angle, his face changed. Not good, this place is about to collapse. He had the heavenly eye divine technique, allowing him to see the essence of things that others couldn't see. Under his heavenly eye's observation, this vast expanse of space was actually shaking. Although the space seemed to be fine, It was actually filled with space cracks that even divine sense couldn't detect. If this space was compared to a big flatbread, then this flatbread had already fallen apart, turning into countless tiny fragments. It was just that nothing could be seen from the outside. Kang Dog and Luan Feng both paled when they heard this and realized the seriousness of the situation, so they no longer hesitated and revealed their true forms. With a huala sound, an enormous and beautiful bird that looked like a phoenix soared into the sky. It spat out black flames as it struggled to break free from the restraints of this space and rushed out. The azure dog also transformed into a monster that was several dozen feet tall and followed closely behind the Luan Feng. Fan Hua relied on the heavenly eye divine technique to move through the countless space cracks. After a while, the three of them finally escaped from the dangerous zone. Luan Feng and Kang Dog transformed back into their human forms, looking back with dignified expressions, a lingering fear in their hearts. It was undeniable that this kind of power had the qualifications to threaten them. If it was really Yang Kai's doing, then they should carefully examine their relationship with him. The shaking space suddenly calmed down and the black holes slowly shrank, disappearing without a trace. The layers of shaking force also calmed down, and the space that should have shattered quickly became safe again. What's going on? Kang Dog frowned, a look of displeasure on his face, a show of strength. Although he was afraid of the descendants of Tian Xing behind Yang Kai, that was all. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, what was a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master in front of him? This time, he came here with Luan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances, so being treated like this before they even met Yang Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Luan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the three of them were divine spirits, so even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Kang Dog said angrily. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique. Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke, he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized, in other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfected divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tian Xing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that even without the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's, but a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Greetings. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite, we also came uninvited." Kang Dog and Luan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Luan Feng and Kang Dog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Kang Dog and Luan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Luan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together, he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met. Elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. Saint Master is too polite. Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure, not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. This time, we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right. Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic, and didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Luan Feng, so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then, he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Mu Na clapped her hands, and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled. "I have heard that the wood spirit clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today, we will have a good meal. Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang." Chapter 3204. Fan Ku had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Ku asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for?" "I'm just passing by," Yang Kai replied casually. "Passing by, haha." Fan Hua chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a high heaven sect in the Northern Territory, but this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Heng Luo starfield by coincidence, and since he was already here, he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hua's opinion, this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Hua allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? "Does Brother Fan have something to say?" Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, "If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush." "You're the one who's pointless." The 3 Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Luan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the 3 of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Hua firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless and that his strength would be on par with them sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, "I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The 3 of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the 3 of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land?" This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The 3 Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of monster king subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other two Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their Monster King subordinates, but he also took a fancy to their territory. Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The three Saint Sovereigns, who were prejudiced by their first impressions, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not bothering to beat around the bush with Yang Kai, Fan Wu reached out and took out a few space rings, placing them on the wooden table and gently pushing them in front of Yang Kai, the smile on his face unchanged. Yang Kai looked at the space rings, then at the three Saint Sovereigns, blinking and asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Fan Wu smiled slightly and said, "Little brother Yang's High Heaven Palace has just been built, and I'm afraid that it will require a lot of financial resources. The three of us can't help much, but there is still some production in the ancient lands. We hope that little brother Yang won't refuse this small gift. Consider it a little support from the three of us to your noble sect." What was going on? Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. It was undeniable that when he asked the two-horned monster commander to pass a message to Luan Feng yesterday, he had made up his mind to extort some money from her. He had already thought of the wording in his mind. He would say that the territory-crossing space array had cost him a lot of money and effort, and since it had been destroyed by Luan Feng, he would have to compensate her. If Luan Feng didn't give him anything, he would shamelessly refuse to leave. Two of the space arrays he arranged had already been destroyed, one by Luan Feng, and the other by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai didn't dare to look for trouble with the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so if he encountered him, he would rather avoid him. In that case, it could only be Luan Feng's bad luck. However, this matter was only directed at Luan Feng, it had nothing to do with Fan Wu or Kang Dog. Moreover, Yang Kai and Luan Feng weren't enemies. In fact, he had even borrowed Luan Feng's help in the past, so naturally, he wouldn't go too far. As long as Luan Feng gave him some compensation, this matter would be settled. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Unexpectedly, before he had time to extort her, others had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, and not just one, but 3 people had come together. How strange, in this world, there were actually people who took the initiative to come knocking on someone's door. There were 9 space rings in front of him, and without even thinking about it, Yang Kai knew that Fan Wu and the others had divided them evenly, so each of them would have 3. Could there be some kind of trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about today's events. Fan Wu and the others were too enthusiastic today, so much so that he couldn't bear it. However, even if there was some kind of trap, Yang Kai wasn't so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to investigate the space ring. Reaching out, he picked up one of the space rings and swept it with his divine sense, his brow rising as his eyes widened. Good heavens, there were so many source crystals. There was no way to calculate it carefully, but all the source crystals in this space ring were mid-rank and above, and there were also many high-rank source crystals. A rough estimate would put the value of at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. 100 million high-rank source crystals was a huge number. If converted to mid-rank source crystals, it would be 10 billion, and low-rank source crystals would be 1 trillion. Lightly coughing, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he picked up another space ring to investigate. Countless spirit flowers and rare herbs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, each one of them quite old. The third space ring was filled with rare minerals. The ancient lands produced nothing more than these: source crystals, herbs, minerals, and the monster beast's monster core. The first 3 were basically useless to the monster race. Needless to say, source crystals and minerals didn't need to be mentioned. The monster race's cultivation didn't rely on source crystals, but rather on the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating it over the years. Although the herbs were somewhat useful, no one in the ancient lands knew alchemy, so the monster race could only swallow them whole, unable to display much of their medicinal efficacy. However, the monster beast's monster core was of great use to them. Swallowing other monster beasts' monster cores could allow their strength to increase rapidly. However, Yang Kai had robbed a lot of monster beasts' monster cores the last time he came to the ancient lands. This time, Fan Ku and the others couldn't gather too much, so they replaced it with rare minerals. The 3 space rings were divided into 3 categories, containing 3 different kinds of items. The 3 space rings were all like this. Yang Kai had taken a lot of treasures from the ancient lands last time, almost 3 times the wealth in these 9 space rings, but that time was different from this time. At that time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought fiercely. Later, the descendants of Tian Xing awakened their bloodline, causing the 3 Saint Venerables to feel uneasy. Naturally, they had paid a great price to appease Yang Kai's anger. This time, they just wanted to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible. These things were already extremely valuable. What they lacked, they had obtained. There were still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to be settled in the small sealed world. Once they were settled in the High Heaven Palace, the High Heaven Palace would have a huge demand for resources, especially source crystals. Which cultivator didn't need them for cultivation? There were also pills. Yang Kai had squandered all the source crystals in his space ring for Xia Ningchang in Tongxian realm. Almost all of them had been used to arrange the 108 profound heaven spirit array, so he was in urgent need of source crystals. Although there were still source crystals in Hua Qing Sai, and the commercial channel between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory should have been established, in the long run, who would complain about having more source crystals? With this wealth, at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the cultivation of the High Heaven Palace disciples in the early stages. For me. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but the 3 Saint Venerables' action of offering charcoal in snowy weather was really puzzling. Fan Ku laughed. Since we've taken it out, Brother Yang, you can't ask us to take it back, right? That wouldn't be proper. Yeah, Yang. Brother Yang, you can't refuse this little bit of face, right? Kang Go also echoed. Why did he feel that calling him Brother Yang sounded so awkward? He felt sick of it. Little Brother Yang, don't refuse. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. In that case. Yang Kai smiled like a flower, but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings and said, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha 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 ha. Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lacked source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, they could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Yang Kai blurted out, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think? Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. This topic changed too quickly and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Luan Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fan Ku and Kang Go also raised their eyebrows. PFFF. Mu Na, who had been sitting on the elder's shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yang Kai with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? Even with Fan Ku's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the 3 divine spirits. He didn't deny that Yang Kai had great potential, and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with. Chapter 3205. If they agreed at this moment, the 3 holy masters would be the ones to suffer losses. Since they were already brothers and sisters, how could they not help the High Heaven Palace? He definitely had to send a dozen or so demon kings over to help his 4th brother hold down the fort. This was what they were worried about the most. They couldn't avoid it, so how could they take the initiative to help? The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze. Yang Kai observed their expressions. How could he not know what they were thinking? He snorted inwardly, thinking that in this world, strength was the most important thing. These three were probably looking down on him. Otherwise, why would they look so embarrassed? He just said it casually. He didn't really mean it. He just wanted the rich resources in the ancient lands. If they didn't want it, why would he force them? A forceful melon won't be sweet. Besides, Yang Kai didn't think he was worse than these three. He had killed many people in the Dragon Island. How could he put these three holy spirits who were much weaker than the dragon race in his eyes? He laughed and said, "I'm just kidding. You don't need to mind it." Fan Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed out a smile. "Little brother Yang is really a wonderful person. Come, let this fan offer you another toast." Saying so, he winked at the Luan Feng and Kang dog. After a few glasses of wine, the awkward atmosphere eased a lot. When it was evening, the sky was bright. Fan Ku and the other two stood up and said goodbye. Yang Kai said warmly, "Let me see you off." No need, Fan Ku hurriedly said, "We'll do as we please. Little brother Yang, you should rest." They didn't want him to walk around the ancient lands. How could they let him see them off? Then, okay. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. "Then, I'll leave you alone." "We won't leave you alone. Little brother Yang, please stay." Fan Ku smiled and said goodbye to the elders and Mu Na. Then, he flew up into the sky with Luan Feng and Kang Go. Yang Kai waved his hand warmly. "Little brother will remember your kindness today. I will visit you again to express my gratitude. Farewell." Fan Ku and the other two, who were about to turn around and leave, staggered and almost fell from the sky. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Fan Hua took a few deep breaths while Luan Feng turned around and glared at Yang Kai. The three figures turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place, frowning, scratching his head in confusion. Strange, really strange. Fart. Mu Na laughed again. The elder also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai turned around and looked at them. "Elder, patriarch, what do you think these three are up to today? Why did they come here to give me something?" Yang Kai, Kang Go, Kang Go and Fan Kang Yang. Even if he had Zhong Ruoshi behind him, they wouldn't act like this. Young little Kang Heavens Kang Mu Na was also speechless. Fan Ku and the others' intentions and actions today were like lice on top of her head. It was obvious, but Yang Kai was completely confused and even said something like swearing to become sworn brothers. Wasn't this just forcing him to a dead end? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me, patriarch. How did you survive until now?" Mu Na looked at him in surprise. The elder smiled and said, "He can't be blamed for being stupid. I'm afraid he doesn't know the inside story." Mu Na thought for a moment and said, "That's right. All right, kid, I'll tell you what's going on with them today." After listening to Mu Na's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He pointed at himself and said, "Are they afraid that I'll kidnap the Monster King?" Mu Na said, "The Monster King's cultivation is almost at the peak. If they want to go further, they can only think about the Blood Door. You are the only one who can talk to the descendants of Tian Xingshiju was able to enter the Blood Door because of you. With this precedent, you should understand what kind of position you have in the hearts of the Monster Kings, right?" Yang Kai was still a little stunned. "Although I knew about this, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact." Flying Eagle, Rhino Lei, and Xie Wuwei were the three Monster Kings who were on duty under him. When Yang Kai brought them out of the ancient lands, it was just to borrow their power. After the matter was settled, when Yang Kai wanted to send them back, the three Monster Kings were very unwilling. When they found out that the space array was destroyed and they could continue to stay in the High Heaven Palace, the three of them were even happier. It wasn't that they forgot their roots. It was just that people wanted to go higher, and water wanted to flow lower. The Monster Kings were the same. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, if I raise my arms in the ancient lands, won't I be able to take away all the Monster Kings?" "Probably." Yang Kai said, "If I ask them to help me destroy Fan Ku and the others." Wishful thinking. Mu-Na looked at him with disdain. The three holy sages have ruled the ancient lands for a long time. Under their power, which monster king has the guts to confront them directly? In order to enter the blood door, they may be willing to follow you and listen to your orders. But if you dare to ask them to deal with Fan Ku, Luan Feng, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied. Kai Yang chuckled and said, I'm just saying. His expression brightened, and he said, it seems that I still have to go to the ancient lands more often in the future. As long as he came, he didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to spread the news, and Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Kang Ji-yu would probably give him some benefits to send him away. Of course, this kind of thing could be done twice, but not thrice. The holy spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were really provoked, it wouldn't be good for them. In any case, Yang Kai was in a good mood after understanding the whole story. Although he couldn't treat the ancient lands as the High Heaven Palace's back garden, he might be able to form a cooperative relationship with the three holy sages in the future. A mutually beneficial relationship would be stable for a long time. The ancient lands produced a lot of resources, and the High Heaven Palace could use some pills to exchange with them. The monster race didn't have anyone who could refine pills, but it didn't mean that they couldn't consume pills. On the contrary, the pills refined by humans were rare goods in the monster race. Even if they were sold 10 or 20 times the price, they might not be able to meet the demand. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would cooperate with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory, and cooperate with the savage desolate ancient land in the Eastern Territory. As long as they could earn a certain amount of profit, the High Heaven Palace would never have to worry about the cultivation resources of their disciples. Moreover, this was a unique business. Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't be able to copy it. After all, they didn't have a space array that could cross territory. He already had a vague idea in his heart. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he might be able to ask Hua Ching Sai to come up with a feasible plan. By the way, Patriarch, you said you had something to say to me. May I know what it is? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. Come with me. Mu-Na's expression became serious as she turned and flew into the tree hole. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, so he could only follow closely behind. Inside the tree hole, Mu-Na turned around and faced him. After Yang Kai walked in, she raised her hand and the tree hole suddenly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he also knew that Mu-Na wouldn't harm him. It was publicly known that the Wood Spirit clan didn't like fighting. Just as he was about to speak, Mu-Na suddenly flew towards him and said, Close your eyes. Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Then, a very natural fragrance wafted into his nose, and he couldn't help but inhale a few more times. Speaking of which, Mu-Na was also a heavenly beauty. It was just that the limitations of the Wood Spirit clan meant that she was only the size of a palm. If she were to be enlarged to the size of a normal human, she would definitely be an existence that could topple all living beings. The aura on her body was very pleasant, and Yang Kai's heart suddenly became tranquil, as if he had entered into an ethereal state of nature. After a short while, a strange sound traveled into Yang Kai's ears. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yang Kai's face. This was because he could feel that Mu-Na seemed to be circling around him, sniffing at something incessantly. Patriarch, what are you doing? Yang Kai stealthily opened his eyes and asked. If it were a normal woman acting like this, Yang Kai would definitely think that she was trying to seduce him, but Mu-Na clearly wasn't. Was there some kind of special aura on his body? Otherwise, what was she sniffing at? There was no response. Mu-Na continued to descend and finally stopped at Yang Kai's dantian tree. After sniffing a few times, a look of shock appeared on her face and she covered her red lips with her hand. The tree hole was silent. Yang Kai waited for a while before asking, Can I open my eyes now? Yang Kai opened his eyes, only to see Mu-Na frowning, a look of embarrassment on her face. Today's events were really strange. First, Fan Hua and the others took the initiative to deliver gifts, and now, he was being pulled into the tree hole by the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch for a round of sniffing. Do you know what our Wood Spirit clan is best at? Mu-Na suddenly asked. Cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits, Brewing fine wine. That's right, we're also quite good at singing and dancing, Yang Kai answered without even thinking. Mu Na facepalmed. So this is what our wood spirit clan looks like in your eyes? Yang Kai asked in surprise, isn't it? Mu Na smiled bitterly. Of course not. The reason we're good at cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits is because we're born with the ability to communicate with plants. I'm sure you've heard that in ancient times, our wood spirit clan was the steward of those powerful beings' medicine gardens. Yang Kai nodded firmly. This is the wood spirit clan's innate divine technique. In this world, any plant can be used to its fullest potential in our hands because we're familiar with the habits of those plants. This is something that no other race can compare to. Yang Kai put on a look of sudden realization, but he had no idea what Mu Na was trying to say. It's because of this innate divine technique that our wood spirit clan can sense the existence of some very unique plants. Mu Na stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Do you have any particularly precious plants on you? For example, flowers, grass, trees? Yang Kai's eyelids twitched as he asked seriously, why do you say that? He really did have some particularly precious plants on him. He even wondered if Mu Na already knew something. Mu Na said, don't be nervous. I only know because I smelled something. She paused for a moment before saying, actually, I already sensed it when you came last time, but I wasn't too sure. Are you sure now? Yes. Mu Na nodded. Can you tell me what it is? Chapter 3206. Patriarch, you can't smell it? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Mu Na glanced at him helplessly, knowing that he had some misgivings, so she said, rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a strange tree called Kang. It was gold and silver, and it fused together to seal all things. Am I right? Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he almost gave her a thumbs up. She could even smell it. This was simply amazing. The Wood Spirit clan was indeed a clan that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. He had sealed the pure ancient demonic qi in the Dantian by relying on the Kang tree's gold and silver sealing power, so it was natural that some of its aura would leak out. Others did not have the innate talent of the Wood Spirit clan, so they naturally could not sense it. But in front of the Wood Spirit clan, especially the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan, this weak aura was as bright and dazzling as a lamp in the darkness. Mu Na observed his expression, so how could she not know that she had guessed correctly? She was immediately shocked. You actually have a Kang tree? Yang Kai chuckled. I got it by chance, by chance. Mu Na said enviously, your luck is really good. She frowned, but there seems to be another kind of aura on your body. That aura, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not a big deal that Mu Na could smell the aura of the Kang tree. Although the Kang tree was a legend, it only had the power to seal. Yang Kai was only using it to seal the Dantian's ancient demonic qi, so even if news of it spread, it would not be a big deal. There were many ways to seal the world, and he was not weak now, so no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble for him for the sake of the Kang tree. However, the other tree was different. If news of its existence were to spread, the entire star boundary would be turned upside down. That represented the mystery of immortality. Immortality was so tempting that even the great emperors could not guarantee their own immortality. However, it was rumored that if one could refine that thing, they would be able to comprehend the mystery of immortality and live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brilliantly as the sun and moon. Yang Kai's heart jumped to his throat. Mu Na was simply too strange. He was really afraid that she would spit out the words immortal tree. If that was the case, he really didn't know what to do. If it were anyone else, Yang Kai would have simply silenced them. But Mu Na didn't have any enmity with him. In fact, their relationship was quite good, and the wood spirits didn't hesitate to fight against each other. Against such an existence, how could Yang Kai be so cruel? If he really did that, he would not only offend the wood spirit tribe, but also the stone mongoose tribe. Fortunately, Mu Na hesitated for a long time before shaking her head and saying, I don't know what that aura is either. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Na clicked her tongue in wonder. To think that there are plants in this world that our wood spirit race doesn't know about. Sure enough, There are all sorts of strange things in this world. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, Patriarch, you must have smelled it wrong. Impossible. Mu-Na shook her head decisively. She didn't notice Yang Kai's anxiety at all. She looked up and said excitedly, leave it to me. Her pair of beautiful eyes actually blossomed with a divine light. She seemed extremely excited. What? Yang Kai was stunned. Mu-Na said, I said, leave the ash tree and that thing to me. What kind of joke is this? Yang Kai was furious. He originally had a good impression of Mu-Na, so her sudden words immediately made Yang Kai unhappy. He couldn't hand over the ash tree. He was still hoping to use the gold and silver powers to seal the demonic chi. Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How could he just give it away? Mu-Na hurriedly said, I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated. Yang Kai raised his hand and said decisively, there's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. Sensing the coldness in his words, Mu-Na suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind, but she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Yang Kai had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Mu-Na. Mu-Na still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kai Yang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kai Yang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Mu-Na pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered and she shot into the sky. Yang Kai returned to Xiao Xiao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Yang Kai said, Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiao Xiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention. The elder nodded and said, Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard. Then we'll meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Mu-Na who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Mu-Na suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand, saying, Wait a moment. Yang Kai turned around and asked, Is there something else, elder? The elder said with some embarrassment, It's not me, it's Patriarch Mu-Na. Yang Kai interrupted, I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again. Mu-Na said angrily, Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you? Yang Kai frowned and said, That's not what I meant, it's just that I won't exchange those two things, they are very useful to me. If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you. Mu-Na snorted, clearly angry. Yang Kai saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme, so he cupped his fists and said, My apologies, Patriarch, in any case, I can't give you those two things. Mu-Na gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily, Can you take care of them? Yang Kai shrugged, I didn't let them wither away anyway. Mu-Na was furious and turned her head, looking like she wasn't willing to talk to him. The elder said, Both of you, calm down, calm down. Yang Kai said, I'm very calm, it's Patriarch who won't let go, elder should persuade her. The elder chuckled and said, Do you know why a moth flies into a flame? Because it's stupid. Yang Kai replied casually. The elder's eyes twitched, It's because of nature. Nature is a very strange thing. Take us stone mongoose race as an example, we can't help but want to devour some rare minerals. For you humans, if you see a beautiful woman, you can't help but take a few more glances at her, just like how a moth flies into a flame when it sees one. This is all part of nature. Wolves roam the world for meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles. The elder's eyes twitched even more, that's the truth, and for the wood spirit race, the rarer the plant, the more likely it is for them to take care of it. After circling around for so long, they were back to square one. Young Kai was about to speak when the elder cut him off. Although I don't know what the patriarch wants from you, it must be something extremely precious and difficult to part with. It can't even be made public. Young Kai nodded and said, I hope you two can forgive me. The elder smiled, since it's difficult to part with it, then we won't part with it. The patriarch has a suggestion, I hope you can listen to it patiently. What suggestion? Young Kai looked at Mu-Na curiously. As long as she didn't mention the previous matter, Young Kai was willing to listen more. The wood spirit race's innate talents allowed them to understand the characteristics of various plants like the back of their hand. Perhaps he could even consult them on how to take care of the firmament tree and help the sealing power grow faster. Mu-Na turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to look at him, but she still said, I'll send 2 clansmen to take care of those 2 things for you. Young Kai's eyes widened, send 2 clansmen? Young Kai quickly calculated in his mind. He had a medicine garden in his mysterious small world, and there were countless rare flowers and grasses in this medicine garden, as well as the firmament tree and the immortal tree. However, he had only planted them casually and had never taken care of them. Fortunately, there were heavy earth and earth vein beads in his medicine garden, otherwise, many of the spirit flowers and grasses would have withered. If he had 2 patriarchs of the wood spirit race to take care of the medicine garden for him, not only would he not have to worry about it, but the herbs in his medicine garden would also be taken care of very well. In this world, there was no one more suitable for this than the wood spirit. In ancient times, they were born to take care of medicine gardens. If one could obtain a wood spirit, not only would they not have to worry about the medicine garden, but they would also be able to harvest 3 times more than others. Startled, Young Kai asked, is that true? Do I look like I'm joking? Mu-Na snapped. Young Kai rubbed his hands and smiled like a blooming flower. How could I accept this? This is really, Aya. He was a little incoherent. To be honest, he had also thought about taking these 2 wood spirits away. Such a rare race, if he didn't keep them in the medicine garden, it would be a waste to leave them here. The High Heaven Palace would definitely have its own medicine garden in the future, and with the current scale of the High Heaven Palace, the medicine garden would definitely not be small, so it would be best if there were wood spirits to take care of it. Mu-Na turned to look at him with a look of disdain. This brat had just been giving her a hard time, and now he had suddenly changed his attitude. How hateful, why hadn't she seen through him before? Young Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly before saying in a serious tone, what conditions does the patriarch have? I'll say this first, don't even think about those 2 things. What conditions? What conditions could I possibly have? Mu-Na said angrily. Young Kai was stunned. Could it be that I'm giving them away for free? The elder chuckled. Didn't the patriarch just say the conditions? Have 2 of our clansmen take care of those 2 things. That counts as a condition? Young Kai was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was clearly a benefit for him, so how could it count as a condition? The elder sternly said, this is the nature of the wood spirit race. Since the patriarch values those 2 things so much, having them take care of them is the best way to show your gratitude. Chapter 3207. Not only were there no conditions, but they even sent 2 of their clansmen to help him take care of his medicine garden. How could there be such a good deal in this world? Young Kai finally understood the wood spirit clan's desire and pursuit of rare plants. Just as the elder said, this was their nature. Young Kai letting them take care of him was the best way to repay him, and for Young Kai, this was an excellent deal. Not only did he not have to pay anything, he even hired 2 housekeepers for free. What could be better in this world? This sudden happiness made Young Kai feel a little dizzy, and he paced back and forth in the tree hole a few times, unable to contain his excitement. Mu-Na frowned at him and said sarcastically, if you don't even agree to this, then I have nothing more to say. Please don't come here again in the future, my wood spirit clan does not welcome you. And the stone mongoose clan as well. I agree, why wouldn't I agree? Young Kai stopped and looked at Mu-Na with a grin. Patriarch has such good intentions, if this junior still refuses, he would not know how to appreciate kindness. Mu-Na snorted lightly and cast a look that said, at least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn again. But there is one thing I must inform Patriarch. What is it? Those 2 clansmen of yours are in my hands, so I'm afraid they won't be able to see the light of day again. If he really brought 2 wood spirits over, he would definitely throw them into the small sealed world medicine garden. Before he had the strength to protect the immortal tree, he would never let them leave easily. Mu-Na frowned. Why, do you want to restrict their freedom? I have no choice, please forgive me, Patriarch. Mu-Na said thoughtfully, it seems that this thing is really not trivial. Yang Kai said seriously, if Patriarch doesn't mind, then that little brat will be happy to help. Of course, I won't treat them unfairly, Patriarch can rest assured. I'm not worried about that. To a wood spirit, being able to work with precious plants was the greatest joy in life. Yang Kai had the firmament tree in his hands, and he had something even more precious than the firmament tree. Any wood spirit would be willing to stay by his side and work for him. Moreover, since there was such a suggestion, Mu-Na had obviously expected this matter. She immediately nodded and said, no problem. Yang Kai grinned, thank you for your kind intentions, Patriarch. His previous displeasure towards Mu-Na had long since disappeared, and he suddenly said shyly, Patriarch, isn't 2 clansmen a little too few? If it's possible, can you send 7 or 8 over? The elder's eyes widened, and Mu-Na yelled, scram. I'm just saying. It's fine if you don't agree, but why are you scolding me? Yang Kai tilted his head and muttered. Stop pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me, Mu-Na said angrily. Yang Kai looked up as if nothing had happened. Patriarch, please hurry and call 2 clansmen over. I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't stay here for long. He didn't stop for even a moment, as he was afraid that Mu-Na would change her mind. No matter what, he had to kidnap 2 wood spirits first. Mu-Na was annoyed, but she still raised her hand and patted him. With 2 clapping sounds, 2 wood spirits quickly flew in from outside the room. After bowing to Mu-Na, they both looked at Yang Kai, clearly prepared. Yang Kai took a closer look and was immediately amused. Of the 2 wood spirits, one of them was an acquaintance, the one who had gone to greet him yesterday. This wood spirit seemed to be easily embarrassed, and when their eyes met, her face immediately flushed red as she glanced around nervously. The other wood spirit was also a female, but she was very natural and unrestrained. When she saw Yang Kai looking over, she pursed her lips and smiled, making heaven and earth seem even more colorful. Mu-Zhu, Mu-Lu, from now on, you 2 will stay by this boy's side and take good care of that, whatever it is, Mu-Na instructed. Mu-Zhu and Mu-Lu replied in unison, yes. Mu-Na then turned to Yang Kai and said, I'll leave them to you. If you dare let them suffer any grievances or get hurt anywhere, I'll hold you responsible. Patriarch, don't worry, I definitely won't let them lose a single hair, Yang Kai promised as he patted his chest. His eyes lit up as he looked at Mu-Zhu and Mu-Lu. TSK, from now on, these 2 wood spirits would belong to him. How wonderful. Which one of you is Mu-Zhu, and which one is Mu-Lu? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile. The natural and unrestrained wood spirit bowed and said, I'm Mu-Zhu. She pointed at her companion who was still blushing and said, she's Mu-Lu. En. Yang Kai nodded and comforted them in a warm voice, I'll send you to a place, don't be afraid. As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. With a clench of his hand, the 2 wood spirits suddenly disappeared. Mu-Na was furious and raised her hands, summoning vines as thick as a child's arm from the tree hole. They shot out like arrows and wrapped Yang Kai up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. The wood spirit clan might not hesitate to fight, but that didn't mean they didn't have the strength to fight. The strength contained in each of their small and exquisite bodies was not much weaker than that of any other race. Mu-Na's ability even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although she might not be as strong as a divine spirit, she was still quite strong. What did you do to them? Hurry up and spit it out. Calm down. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. She spoke as if he was a vicious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. Where are they? How could Mu-Na remain calm when she saw her two clansmen disappear without a trace of their auras? She had just handed them over to him and she already didn't know if they were dead or alive. What would happen in the future? They are in a safe place. Saying so, Yang Kai's physique wriggled as his space principles fluctuated. With a shake of his body, the vines binding him suddenly turned into fine powder, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives, and sprinkled down in droplets. Mu-Na's eyes narrowed. This power. The elder also looked at Yang Kai in shock. He had been with Mu-Na for thousands of years, so he knew very well how strong the vine's binding power was. He might be able to break free from the vines by relying on brute force, but he definitely couldn't do what Yang Kai did. Before Fan Ku and the others arrived, Yang Kai had been immersed in his comprehension of the space principles and had faintly comprehended them, but it wasn't comprehensive. Now, he discovered that his control of the space principles had risen to a whole new level. If he was given more time to perfect it, he might be able to develop a new divine technique. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. If he didn't explain the matter of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly, Mu-Na definitely wouldn't let it go. Patriarch, you know that I am proficient in the space principles, so it isn't strange that I have a space artifact, Yang Kai said as he took out the sealed world bead. In the early years, he had hidden the sealed world bead very well because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of the sealed world bead. However, now that he had the ability to refine a part of the world, there was no need for him to place too much importance on the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead flashed and Mu Zhu and Mu Lu reappeared with a confused expression. A world of its own, the elder exclaimed. Mu-Na's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized, the firmament tree and that thing are both inside. Yes. He suddenly grinned. Patriarch, do you want to go in and take a look? Mu-Na's expression immediately became vigilant. If you go in, you won't be able to come out, right? How could that be? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He really did plan to do so. As the patriarch, Mu-Na's ability to cultivate spirit flowers and rare grasses was definitely not something an ordinary wood spirit clan member could compare to. If he could bring her into the small sealed world. But he also knew that this was impossible. The Stone Mongoose clan and the Wood Spirit clan lived together and often relied on each other's strength. If he took Mu-Na away, the Stone Mongoose patriarch would likely be the first to object. But now, Mu-Na understood why Yang Kai said before that he wouldn't be able to see the light of day again for some time. This space artifact was a world of its own, so if she wanted to come out after entering it, she naturally needed Yang Kai's permission. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were still confused, but just now, they had suddenly appeared in another world. Before they had time to carefully examine the environment of this new world, they had returned to the tree hole. Boy, you really have a lot of good things on you. Mu-Na clicked her tongue in wonder. A space artifact that could form a world of its own was very rare, and it had only appeared a few times in the long river of history. Moreover, this thing could only play its greatest role in the hands of someone proficient in the Tao of space. Others couldn't help but be envious. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? No, just treat them well. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer the slightest grievance. Yang Kai said as he put Mu Zhu and Mu Lu back into the small sealed world, cupped his fists, and said, Patriarch, this junior thanks you for your kindness. In the future, I will definitely not forget Patriarch's kindness. It's getting late, so this junior will take his leave first. Let us meet again someday. The elder said, be careful. If you need my Stone Mongoose clan's help in the future, just come and say hello. Yang Kai nodded, strode out of the treehouse, and returned to the space array. The space array surged, and with a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. The space array had been covered by another palace. The array stood in the middle of the palace, and several disciples on duty were sitting cross-legged on the side. This was the passage between the High Heaven Palace and the outside world, so it was naturally extremely important. There was a person from the Emperor realm guarding it all year round, and the palace was protected by layers of spirit arrays laid down by the Southern Gate Army. If an outsider dared to invade this place, they only needed to activate the spirit array to turn this palace into a killing zone. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to escape death. The person guarding the Emperor realm today was none other than Bian Yuqing. Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Dao Source realm with the help of Yang Kai in the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather Sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager, Hua Qing Sai, in managing the sect. Now, she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor realm. The most powerful ones were the three great monster king, Emperor Alchemist Ji Ying, Emperor Array Master Nan Men Da Jun, Emperor Artifact Master Hu Yu, followed by Hua Qing Sai and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves sect Master Yi Hen also came out of seclusion 3 years ago and advanced to the Emperor realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Chapter 3208. Such a lineup was even richer than the top sects of the Star Boundary. It had to be known that the Fire Dragon Palace, Ice Heart Valley, Azure Sun Temple, and others only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. The space array flickered with light, startling Bian Yuqing, who was meditating. Looking over, she thought it was Hua Qing Sai returning from the Southern Territory and hurriedly got up to greet her. Before she got close, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Bian Yuqing's expression turned serious as she quickly cupped her fists and saluted, "Palace Master is back." Several disciples who were guarding nearby also hurried over and saluted respectfully. Speaking of which, it had been more than 10 years since Yang Kai left the Northern Territory for Dragon Island. During this time, there was no news at all. If Zhu Qing hadn't come over to tell everyone the truth, everyone would have thought he had encountered an accident. However, Zhu Qing didn't say that he had gone to the Lower Star Territory and only said that he was in retreat and would only come out after a few years. Now, sensing the aura of Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing was shocked to discover that it was the aura of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In just over 10 years, he had already broken through to the second-order Emperor Realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Thinking back to the first time Yang Kai met him, he was just a second-order Origin King. Compared to him, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel inferior. Chief Steward Bian. Yang Kai grinned. Reuniting with an old friend made him feel very cordial. Although Hung Luo Starfield was his homeland, the High Heaven Palace was the foundation of his current foothold. After 10 years of twists and turns, he finally returned, so he was in a good mood. "Are you on duty today?" "Yes." Bian Yuqing responded honestly. "Good. Has anything happened in the palace in the past few years?" "Everything is fine. Rest assured, Palace Master." The High Heaven Palace's foundation was right there, and the news of the three great monster king overseeing it was no secret. In the entire Northern Territory, other than the Miracle Pill Great Emperor's Medicine Pill Valley, who else could compare to them? Naturally, no one dared to look for trouble. The past decade or so could be said to have been peaceful. On the other hand, people from the Fire Dragon Palace have come quite a few times to inquire about Palace Master Li Jiao's whereabouts. "Ian, don't worry about them." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Ask Sister Hua to come and see me." Bian Yuqing said, "Manager Hua is not in the palace right now." "Where did Sister Hua go?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's the end of the year now. Manager Hua went to the Southern Territory half a month ago. Presumably, she is doing some material transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Calculating the time, she should be back in 2 days." Yang Kai and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had reached an agreement a few years ago. The distance between the two large territory was far, and their output was different. Therefore, they could exchange goods with each other. Over the years, Hua Qing Sai had been maintaining this trade relationship, which brought a considerable amount of income to the High Heaven Palace. "Is that so? Then ask the Southern Gate Army and Kai Yu to come over." "Yes." Yang Kai stepped forward, and his figure merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the High Heaven Palace. Looking down, he could see mountains stacked on top of each other. The vegetation was shady, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaks were high and low, and there were clusters of buildings located between the mountains, but most of them were empty. These buildings were basically the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. However, the High Heaven Palace had always been empty, and no one lived there. Yang Kai flew around the High Heaven Palace and observed it silently for a long time. He already had a plan in mind. Now that he was back, the first thing he had to do was to release the people in the small sealed world. Only by integrating into this world as soon as possible could they adapt to the Star Boundaries world principles. After today, the population of the High Heaven Palace would exceed 100,000. Following the cry of an eagle, a figure rushed over and turned into a well-dressed man with an aquiline nose. He cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang. Ying Fei, long time no see. How have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ying Fei replied, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Everything is well." While they were talking, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei also rushed over. Obviously, the three of them had noticed Yang Kai's aura, but Ying Fei was faster, so he was the first to arrive. After greeting each other, Shi Lei asked curiously, "Young Master Yang, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at how many people my High Heaven Palace can accommodate." Shi Lei chuckled, "Our population is small and the land is vast. There are no less than 100 spirit peaks here, so it won't be a problem to accommodate 100 or 200,000 people." "What's wrong? Is young Master Yang preparing to open the palace doors and accept disciples?" "That's not necessary." Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, "By the way, I just came back from the ancient lands." The three monster kings' expressions all froze. They glanced at each other, and Ying Fei asked cautiously, "Did the Saint Seniors say anything?" "I just met them in a hurry, and then they kicked me out. They didn't really welcome me." Yang Kai grinned. He thought it was funny when he recalled the expressions of Fan Hua and the others. "That's not right." Ying Fei was speechless. Although he could guess why the three Saint Seniors didn't welcome Yang Kai, he couldn't say it out loud. Shi Lei asked hesitantly, "Did the holy sages mention us?" As soon as he said that, Ying Fei and Xie Wuwei looked at Yang Kai nervously. No matter what, they were still the monster kings of the ancient lands, and they listened to the three Saint Seniors. If the Saint Seniors ordered them to return to the ancient lands, they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal. However, they were unwilling to go back just like that. They had stayed with Yang Kai for so many years, and they hadn't gotten the opportunity they wanted. It would be a waste if they left now. "Not at all." Yang Kai shook his head, "It seems that you are my people from now on." The three glanced at each other before cupping their fists and saying, "We are willing to serve you." Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was best that the Saint Seniors didn't call them back, and they were happy to continue staying with Yang Kai. Although their days in the High Heaven Palace were quieter and they didn't have much to do, this was the best way to establish a relationship with Heaven's Punishment's descendants. "Do your best, and I won't treat you badly in the future," Yang Kai casually said. Both the speaker and the listener were interested, causing the three monster kings to become even more excited. "Let's go back." Yang Kai turned around and flew down, soon landing in front of a huge square. The Southern Gate Army and Bian Yuqing were waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai fly over, the Southern Gate Army hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, Palace Master." "Boy, you're finally back." Ghost Ancestor Kai Yu, Jiyu Kang Yun, and Ari Oyu also greeted him. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. No matter how high his current cultivation was, these people could be considered his seniors, especially Kai Yu and Ari Oyu. One was his master and the other was his father-in-law, so how could he not be respectful? "Brat, where did you go this time? I heard that you even subdued a dragon race." Ari Oyu looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This stinking brat was simply unseemly. In the Starfield, he already had 4 beautiful women. Now that he was in the Star Boundary, he actually wanted to flirt with other women. He even provoked a member of the dragon race and had an extremely intimate relationship with her. This naturally caused Ari Oyu to have some complaints. He did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of the dragon race, but it was different with Yang Kai. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would not forgive him for mistreating his daughter. Not only was there a dragon race, but Rou also heard that there was a woman in Iceheart Valley who seemed to have some entanglements with Yang Kai. Rou simply could not bear it. If not for his lack of strength, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. It was an accident, an accident. Yang Kai's forehead was sweating. He had only mentioned the matter with Zhu Qing to Su Yang. He did not know if Su Yang had told Luo and Shuiyu, but Yang Kai had not heard them ask. An accident. Rou huffed. How can you face those girls? I don't know how they are doing in the territory of the star boundary. Boy, if you have the leisure to flirt with them, you might as well go back and see them and bring them here. With your current ability, you should be able to do it, right? I was just about to talk to you about this. Yang Kai continued the topic. What is it? Kai Yu looked at him suspiciously. Ladies, take a look and see who these people are. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand in front of him, communicating with the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Wherever he waved his hand, figures appeared one after another. Su Yang, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu appeared together. The four women were obviously summoned all of a sudden and were still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. However, standing side by side, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own merits, each with their own peerless beauty. The Southgate Army and Bian Yu Qing clicked their tongues in wonder. Their eyes swept over the four women, and their eyes lit up. Although Su Yang and the others' cultivations were nothing in their eyes, no matter who they were all outstanding beauties. If an ordinary person could get one of them, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes. However, Yang Kai had all four of them at once, enjoying the joy of having all four, making the two of them sigh with emotion. As expected of Yang Kai, the three monster kings' focus was not on the appearance of Su Yang and the others. Although it was undeniable that these four women were beautiful even in the eyes of the monster race, they felt an extraordinary aura from two of them. In particular, the woman in the lead with a cold expression, the aura from her body made them feel a sense of worship. Her aura was somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's, but it was more magnificent and noble. She stood there, as if she was standing in the clouds, soaring through the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. Although the other charming woman was slightly inferior, her aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Divine spirit. The three monster kings looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They were from the monster race and were extremely sensitive to the aura of divine spirits, so they could see at a glance that Su Yang and the others had divine spirit source. Their strength was slightly lower, but if they could grow up, they would not be a match for them. Luo. Kai Yu was stunned, staring at Shanqing Luo in a daze, almost unable to believe her eyes. Just a moment ago, Rou said that he would ask Yang Kai to find a way to go to the territory and bring Shanqing Luo and the others here. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Shanqing Luo would really appear in front of them? Chapter 3209. Hearing the call, Shanqing Luo froze for a moment before turning her head and exclaiming excitedly, "Adoptive mother." Back then, when she and Biluo left the central capital, they were teleported directly to Monster Star through a very strange altar. If it weren't for Kai Yu taking care of them and even adopting them as her adoptive daughters, they would have likely died with their strength at that time. To her, Kai Yu was not only her savior, but also her second parent. Before coming, she knew that she would be able to see Kai Yu on this trip, so her heart was filled with anticipation. On the other side, Rou also looked at Shuiyu in a daze. The latter's eyes reddened as she called out softly, "Father." Rou suppressed his excitement and nodded, "Good, good, good. As long as you're safe." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, all his previous grievances had disappeared. He had already returned to Star Territory and brought his daughter here, so what more did he have to say? Although Su Yang and Xia Ningchang were not related, they had not seen Gui Zhu for many years, so they naturally stepped forward to salute him. Jiyu Kangyun looked at him eagerly and stammered, "Palace Master, you've returned to Star Territory?" Kai Yu and Rou could call Yang Kai by his name and even call him Little Brat, but Jiyu Kangyun did not have the courage to call him Palace Master. "Yes, I just returned from there." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then I wonder if my sword union is." Jiyu Kangyun looked at young Kai expectantly. Senior Jiyu, rest assured, I brought brother Jiyu with me this time, along with many of your sword union's people. Where? Jiyu Kangyun's eyes lit up. Don't worry, you'll see them soon. With 100,000 people crowded in a certain place in the small sealed world, young Kai could not find Jiyu Jianxin and the sword union's people for a while. The reason why he could easily summon Su Yang and the others was naturally because they were not in the same place as the others. Da Jun, hand over the mountain ripple map. Young Kai raised his hand. The Southgate army didn't know his intentions, but they didn't hesitate. They quickly took out the mountain ripple map and opened it. In an instant, the map lit up, and a high heaven palace that had been shrunk countless times appeared in front of them. The mountains rose and fell continuously, and even the smallest stream and hill could be clearly seen. This thing came from the hands of the Southgate army and Hu Yu, so it was naturally extremely wondrous. Yang Kai pointed at a few of the peaks and asked, "Are there people living here?" Bian Yuqing glanced over and said, "That's right. Thousand Leaves Peak is where Old Man Yi Hen and the Thousand Leaves sect's people live, while 5 sacred peaks are where Kai Yu and the others live." She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for more than a decade now, so she was naturally very familiar with the distribution of manpower within the palace. Yang Kai nodded and said, "There will be a lot of people coming out later. I need you to settle them down." "How many?" Bian Yuqing asked. "Over 100,000. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The High Heaven Palace had never had a large number of people, and Yang Kai had never intended to accept many disciples. Ever since the High Heaven Palace was established, it seemed to have been closed off from the outside world. No one knew what Yang Kai's intentions were, and it was only now that they understood that he was preparing for today. "If there are so many people, I'll need some help," Bian Yuqing said. "Ian, you can call the people from the Thousand Leaves sect over." Yang Kai nodded, "I'll get them out first." Bian Yuqing immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, obviously summoning people. Meanwhile, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead. Surrounded by black chi, a giant tadpole-like rolling stone leisurely appeared, opening its large black mouth as it stood between the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling stone caused the 3 monster kings to pale slightly. They didn't even know what this thing was. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. From the giant mouth, a figure rushed out first. Looking around, a look of shock appeared on his face as he stood there in a daze. This was none other than Meng Wu Ya. The rich world energy around him made him feel like he was in a dream. In the star territory, the world energy of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect was second to none, but compared to this place, it was like comparing the heavens and earth. He didn't even need to circulate his secret art as the world energy drilled into his body through his pores, making him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Another figure walked out of the rolling stone's mouth, then a third, a fourth. Everyone was the same. Yang Kai said loudly, "Everyone, don't stop. Keep moving forward, there are more people coming out." With his reminder, the group of people who came out first came back to their senses and looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They had long received news that this trip was to follow Yang Kai to a higher-level world called the Star Boundary. Now, it seemed that they had arrived safely. It was just that they had never thought that this so-called Star Boundary would actually have such an excellent cultivation environment. Ordinary places in the Star Boundary naturally wouldn't be like this. Even if it was better than the Star Territory, it wouldn't be so different. However, this was the High Heaven Palace, the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the best cultivation paradises in the Northern Territory, so how could the world energy here not be rich? A steady stream of people came out of the rolling stone's mouth, and in just a few moments, the square was filled with people. At this time, the people from Thousand Leaves sect, led by Yi Hen, also rushed over. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred, but when they saw this scene, they were quite surprised. After asking around, they found out that these people were actually from the lower star territory, which immediately shocked Yang Kai. To a cultivator in the Star Boundary, those who came from the lower star territory were all elites among elites. If they didn't die prematurely, their chances of reaching the Emperor realm were very high. This was because the cultivation environment in the lower star territory was far inferior to that of the star boundary, so the hard-working environment gave them the potential to grow. In the star boundary, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivator who came from the lower star territory, but those were just scattered cultivators. None of them had ever seen such a spectacular scene. Tens of thousands of cultivator appeared in the square, and even more people continued to come out. Although these people weren't very strong right now, as long as they had enough time, they would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai didn't have the time to chat with others, so he gathered together with Bian Yuqing and pointed at the High Heaven Palace's mountain map, discussing how to divide the territory and mountain peaks for these people. The 1,000 Leaves sect disciples left one after another, each leading 1,000 to 2,000 people as they rushed towards a mountain peak. This bustle lasted for several days, during which time Hua Qing Sai returned from the Southern Star Territory. With Hua Qing Sai's assistance, things went much more smoothly. Hua Qing Sai had a happy and distressed expression on her face, looking at Yang Kai from time to time with a bitter expression. Although she was previously the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai, there wasn't much for her to manage. There weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace, and most of them were 1,000 Leaves sect disciples. With Yi Hen overseeing 1,000 Leaves Peak, it wasn't a problem for her to manage it. Hua Qing Sai had been busy for the past few years thinking of ways to earn cultivation resources for the High Heaven Palace. Her cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory had allowed her to earn a lot, but so what if she earned a lot? Without disciples to use, the cultivation resources were just a bunch of numbers. Therefore, her position as the chief steward was somewhat unworthy of her title. However, things were different now. The High Heaven Palace suddenly had over 100,000 disciples, and she had to manage all of them, arrange their secret arts and resources. Hua Qing Sai could almost foresee that she wouldn't have any time to rest for at least half a year. She was worthy of her title as the chief steward, but wasn't this too tiring? Fortunately, there was still Bian Yuqing to share her burdens, otherwise, she would have had to abandon her responsibilities. Even so, she and Bian Yuqing definitely couldn't handle the daily needs of more than 100,000 people and would need to come up with a specific plan. The last group to come out of the small sealed world was a group of monster race cultivators, the elites of Monster Star. There were quite a few of them, about 3,000 of them, led by Yu Xiong, each of them emitting a demonic qi. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Monster Kings, I'll leave them to you." The cultivation of the monster race was different from that of the human race, so it was naturally best for them to be taught by the 3 monster kings. Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wuwei smiled from ear to ear as their eyes swept across the 3,000 monster race cultivators, causing all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could be regarded as the cream of the crop on Monster Star, elites who had survived the war in Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but in front of the auras of the 3 monster kings, they felt no different from babies. No one knew what kind of realm the 3 monster kings were, but they had no doubt that these 3 monster race cultivators could easily kill them with a single breath. "Finally, there's something to do," Shi Lei chuckled, his laughter echoing like thunder. Like Hua Qing Sai, the 3 of them had been idle since they came to High Heaven Palace. Their greatest pleasure was playing hide and seek with Hu Yu, but after being captured countless times, Hu Yu had given up on escaping and was now wholeheartedly refining artifacts for High Heaven Palace. In her words, she was wasting the resources of High Heaven Palace to make Yang Kai's heart ache. However, she would not tarnish her reputation as an emperor weaponsmith. The artifacts that she refined were naturally the best of the best. Now, in High Heaven Palace's treasure vault, there were countless finished artifacts of various grades. If she knew that Yang Kai would bring 100,000 disciples over today, making those artifacts useful, she would not be in the mood to continue wasting them. Without Hu Yu, the 3 monster kings were even more bored. Yang Kai gave them 3,000 monster race cultivators, which was exactly what they wanted. They could more or less do something for Yang Kai, and they would not stay here and eat for free. "Little ones, follow me." Shi Lei waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards a mountain deep in High Heaven Palace. The 3,000 monster race cultivators looked at each other, confused. Caillou shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over there." Only then did the monster race cultivators discover Caillou's existence. They were both surprised and happy. Back then, before Caillou left Monster Star territory, she was the only Monster King on Monster Star. However, her status as a Monster King could not be compared to Shilei and the others. However, with her command, the 3,000 monster race cultivators obediently followed Shilei. It was a magnificent sight. Chapter 32:10. It took Yang Kai half a month to settle down all these people. During this time, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, Hua Qing Sai and Bian Yuqing were there to assist him, otherwise, he would have been worried to death. The High Heaven Palace had hundreds of large and small spirit peaks. They were originally empty, but now they were filled with people. The smaller spirit peaks had a few hundred people while the largest spirit peaks had between 2,000 and 3,000 people. With hundreds of thousands of people spread across these hundreds of spirit peaks, the High Heaven Palace became extremely lively in an instant. With so many people, it was indeed troublesome to manage, but Hua Qing Sai made a suggestion. Each peak would elect a peak master, and the hundreds of peak masters would be directly responsible for her. The new disciples would be under the charge of the peak masters, which would save a lot of trouble. Caillou, Rou, Jiu Kangyun, and Gui Zhu naturally had the ability to take charge of their own spirit peaks. What's more, all of them were main peaks. Although their cultivations had not reached the Emperor realm, they were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators, far stronger than the cultivator from the Star territory. For this reason, the four of them gave up on the 5 sacred peaks and moved to their respective spirit peaks. The disciples under Jiu Kangyun were also easy to divide. Jiu Kangyun was Sword Union's Union Master, and Yang Kai had brought almost all of Sword Union's elites with him on this trip. Yang Kai believed that all of Sword Union's disciples would be very happy to be under his management. If there were not enough people, they could also be transferred from elsewhere to make up for the shortfall. Rou commanded the spirit peaks made up of a group of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Gui Zhu was originally from High Heaven Sect, and Caillou also shared a portion of High Heaven Sect's people. Because the 3,000 monster race cultivators had been assigned to the 3 monster kings by Yang Kai, she had no one she could use. The others, such as Yi Shiyun, several elders of original Star's Emperor Sect, Qiu Yi Meng, Old Demon, and other origin kings, all became peak masters. With this, the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace immediately became clear, and it would be very convenient to manage it in the future. Yang Kai took the 2 chief stewards, Hua Qing Sai and Bian Yuqing, to inspect the various peaks. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, they finally had the time to rest for a few days. The so-called rest did not mean doing nothing. It was just that they were not as busy as they were at the beginning. With more than 100,000 people moving in, they would definitely need a large amount of cultivation resources and cultivation methods. Now that everyone had come to the Star boundary, the cultivation methods in the Star territory would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace. Naturally, they would have to change to a higher level cultivation method. Fortunately, ever since Yang Kai roamed the Star boundary, he had killed countless people. He had even exterminated a top sect like the Seeking Passion sect. As such, he had collected a lot of cultivation methods that were suitable for all kinds of cultivator. As for Hua Qing Sai, she had already prepared for a rainy day and had built a book collection pavilion on one of the main peaks. There were countless secret arts and secret techniques stored inside, and she immediately opened it up for the hundreds of peak masters to choose from. With the problem of cultivation methods solved for the time being, the rest was cultivation materials. Most cultivator in the Star territory used crystal stones for cultivation, while the Star boundary was rich in source crystals. The two were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the 3 Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qing Sai had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, The disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Tao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source qi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Kai Yu, Gui Zhu, and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Qi into source Qi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the Spirit Pill Peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Yang Kai asked Hua Qing Sai, who had just returned, to go to the Southern Territory again and take away a large number of monster cores. He was going to use these monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had more than 1 million monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wild lands and entered the beast tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wild lands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Yang Kai. There was no lack of 12th order monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Yang Kai directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. It could be said that he was bleeding a lot. After busying himself for a month, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. On this day, he led Xia Ning Chang to the top of a spiritual mountain. This spirit mountain was also one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to the other spirit mountains, it was more beautiful and rich in spirit qi. The fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds filled the air. Unlike the other spirit mountains, this spirit mountain was extremely tall, but it was still cold and quiet. This was because Yang Kai did not allow any cultivator from the Star Territory to disturb this spirit mountain. This spirit mountain was the High Heaven Palace's Spirit Pill Peak. There were also two similar spirit peaks, Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak. Their corresponding peak masters were Nan Men Da Jun and Hu Yu. Of course, the appointment of these two peak masters was forced by Yang Kai, regardless of whether they agreed or not. In any case, from now on, the two of them were the peak masters of Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak respectively. The Spirit Pill Peak did not have a peak master, but it was the peak where Pill Emperor Ji Ying resided. Strictly speaking, Ji Ying could not be considered a member of the High Heaven Palace. After all, he was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. It was only because he lost to Yang Kai in alchemy that he stayed in the High Heaven Palace to refine pills for Yang Kai. He could be considered a guest elder of the High Heaven Palace. Ji Ying was not a bad person. Not only did he have the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he was also a Pill Emperor, and the personal disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. These three identities were extremely eye-catching no matter where one put them, and the combination of these three identities was even more terrifying. If he didn't admit it, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't kill him, right? That would definitely offend the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and the wrath of the Great Emperors was no joke. However, he really stayed and fulfilled his bet with Yang Kai, refining a large number of spirit pills for the High Heaven Palace. Not only were the spirit pills refined by him extremely high grade, but their quality was also guaranteed. He also had several disciples under him, all of whom were brought to the Spirit Pill Peak to work. In the entire Spirit Pill Peak, only Ji Ying and his disciples lived there. Apart from them, there were only a few boys who were in charge of doing odd jobs. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang walked all the way up and soon arrived at the top of the peak. In front of the main hall, a man who looked to be in his 20s was waiting. When he saw Yang Kai, he bowed and said, "Palace Master Yang, honored master is waiting for you. Please follow me." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, knowing that Ji Ying had already noticed him when he came over. As the disciple entered the hall, Ji Ying quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Brother Yang, it's been a long time." The two of them had not seen each other for more than 10 years, which was indeed a long time. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was not only because he had lost to Yang Kai in the alchemy competition, but also because of Gong Sun Mu. Thanks to Yang Kai, the wondrous pill Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu's corpse could be returned to Medicine Pill Valley after his death, so Ji Ying was naturally grateful to him. "Brother Ji," Yang Kai responded with a smile. Ji Ying grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Brother Yang, you've come at the right time. Recently, I've been experimenting with a new alchemy technique and have made some progress. I was just about to ask Brother Yang to give me some pointers." He was an alchemy emperor, so there were very few people in this world who could discuss alchemy with him. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Yang Kai was different. Although Ji Ying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Ji Ying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Yang Kai could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai did not think he was better than Ji Ying. Everyone had their own specializations, and Ji Ying had his own strengths. Ji Ying laughed loudly, "Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills, it's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Yang Kai was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. "It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Dao." "So that's what it's a pity," Yang Kai grinned, "of the 3,000 grand Daos, just one is enough to benefit me immensely." Ji Ying was startled for a moment before nodding, "That's true." Without further ado, he pulled Yang Kai into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs, and began refining. Xia Ningchang naturally followed. Ji Ying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Yang Kai was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Chapter 32:11. Ji Ying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Ji Ying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill and instead chose a Dao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Ji Ying focused on alchemy. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang watched together, especially Xia Ningchang. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Ji Ying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Ji Ying's expression turned serious. "Brother Yang, watch carefully." As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Ji Ying shouted, "Rise." The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round, rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Ji Ying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Dao source-grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Yang Kai could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Ji Ying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Yang Kai also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs and began to refine the spirit Dan. When it was time to condense the spirit Dan, he used Ji Ying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined and time slowly passed, but Ji Ying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Yang Kai was indeed correct. In the past few days, he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Yang Kai, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Ji Ying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Yang Kai. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yang Kai gave Xia Ningchang a look, and Xia Ningchang immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Ji Ying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xia Ningchang with an apologetic expression. At the beginning, although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang was somewhat unusual, he had quickly immersed himself in alchemy. In his eyes, apart from alchemy, there was only Yang Kai who was discussing with him, so he did not pay any attention to Xia Ningchang. He did not even notice that Xia Ningchang was pouring water for him. It was not until now that he suddenly woke up. "My humble wife is Xia Ningchang." Yang Kai smiled and introduced her. Xia Ningchang gracefully bowed, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ji Ying." Her face was slightly red. This was the first time Yang Kai had introduced her in front of an outsider. "Mrs. Yang?" Ji Ying was shocked. The person who had been pouring wine for him was actually Yang Kai's wife. He said helplessly, "What should I do?" "Please, sit down." If he had known that Xia Ningchang was Yang Kai's wife, he would never have let her do this kind of work. Wasn't this a slap to Yang Kai's face? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to mind. "I've been negligent. This Ji is at fault. This toast is to Mrs. Yang. I hope Mrs. Yang will not blame me." Ji Ying raised his wine cup with a face full of sweat. "Brother Ji is too serious. It's just a small matter." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Ji Ying looked at him with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Yang, you're too unkind. You brought your sister-in-law here and didn't even greet us, causing this Ji to make a fool of himself. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups of wine later. As Brother Ji says." Yang Kai smiled and said, "But there's no hurry to drink. I have something I need Brother Ji's help with. It's about my humble wife." Ji Ying said, "If you need my help, Brother Yang, feel free to ask. As long as this Ji can do it, I will not refuse. This matter is definitely something Brother Ji can do." Yang Kai smiled confidently and pointed at Xia Ningchang. "It's like this. Since Ningchang began cultivating, she has also entered the Dao through alchemy. She prefers the art of alchemy over cultivation and fighting." "Oh, sister-in-law is also an alchemist." Ji Ying looked at Xia Ningchang seriously and frowned slightly. He was an alchemist emperor after all. If there was a fellow alchemist standing in front of him, he would definitely be able to tell. This was because alchemists had a unique temperament, especially when dealing with mysterious flames and herbs all year round. There would definitely be some indelible traces left behind. However, When he looked at Xia Ningqiang, there was no such trace at all. Yet, he could clearly smell the various pill fragrances on Xia Ningqiang's body, which made him a little suspicious. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. It's just that the conditions in the lower star territory are limited, and there's no one who can teach her alchemy. Now that she's here, I was wondering if I could let her learn the Tao of alchemy from Brother Ji. Ji Ying said, Brother Yang's attainments in alchemy far surpass mine. Moreover, the two of you are husband and wife, so it would be more convenient for you to give her pointers. Why go so far? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Brother Ji is too kind. But as you know, I don't have much time to teach her. When Ji Ying heard this, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, but he basically didn't meet Yang Kai face to face. This guy seemed to be very secretive all year round, so how could he have the time to teach others? Ji Ying nodded slightly. If that's the case, this Ji is willing to help, but there was no buts. Yang Kai immediately cut him off and signaled to Xia Ningqiang with his eyes. Ningqiang, come and greet your master. Ji Ying's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, and he was also an alchemy master. He was definitely qualified to be Xia Ningqiang's master. Although he and Ji Ying called each other brothers, this wouldn't hinder Xia Ningqiang's matters. At most, they would just teach their own master. Ji Ying was the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he had learned the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's alchemy Tao. If Xia Ningqiang only learned a little from him, he would definitely gain something. However, if he really became Ji Ying's master, it would be different. Ji Ying would definitely teach him everything without holding back. In comparison, Yang Kai naturally wanted Xia Ningqiang to become Ji Ying's master, so it didn't matter if he lost out a little in terms of status. Before coming here, Kai Yang had already informed Xia Ningqiang, so at this time, she naturally knew what to do and quickly bowed down. But before she could even open her mouth, Ji Ying waved her hand and an invisible force held her back, preventing her from bowing. Brother Yang. Ji Ying looked helplessly at Yang Kai and waved his hand. You can't accept this, you can't accept this. If he really accepted Xia Ningqiang as his disciple, how would he and Yang Kai's seniority be calculated in the future? What's more, he wasn't an ordinary alchemy master. He had the entire Medicine Core Valley behind him, so he couldn't just accept a disciple as he pleased. He had to be acknowledged by the Medicine Core Valley first. In addition, he didn't have any intention of accepting a disciple, so he could teach Xia Ningqiang a little. Accepting a disciple was a big deal, so how could he be so careless? Even though Xia Ningqiang was Yang Kai's wife, before knowing her aptitude, Ji Ying didn't dare to casually accept her as his disciple. Otherwise, he would lose face for the Medicine Core Valley. His several disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, it was very likely that they would all become alchemy masters. Why not? Could it be that Brother Ji is unwilling? Yang Kai thought to himself, since I've already said so much, how can I let you off so easily? Today, you have to accept even if you don't want to. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that. Ji Ying was extremely conflicted. Due to the sect's rules, this Ji can't accept a disciple at will. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. Although the Medicine Core Valley was the place where the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors cultivated, the Great Emperors didn't care about everything. The one in charge of the Medicine Core Valley now was the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's eldest disciple, the Big Brother Ji Ying referred to. There's also this sect rule. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Ji Ying wouldn't lie to him. He understood that his plan was likely to encounter some twists and turns. Yes, otherwise Ji Ying wouldn't refuse. How about this, Brother Yang? I can teach sister-in-law alchemy, but we don't have to be master and disciple. Yang Kai was unwilling. If he casually taught her, how much good could he teach? He tentatively asked, is the Medicine Core Valley still accepting disciples? How could Ji Ying not know what he was planning? He smiled bitterly. We haven't accepted a new disciple in 500 years. However, if there is someone with outstanding aptitude, I'm sure Big Brother won't refuse. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Ningqiang, show Brother Ji your skills. Ji Ying looked at him in amazement, feeling a little incredulous. After all, in his opinion, Xia Ningqiang didn't have the slightest trace of an alchemist, but Yang Kai seemed to be very confident in her. However, since things had already gotten to this point, Ji Ying could only look at Xia Ningqiang and secretly plan to go back and ask Big Brother to accept Xia Ningqiang into Medicine Core Valley. After all, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's request. "I'll show you my incompetence," Xia Ningqiang said softly, then rummaged through her space ring and took out some herbs. These were all Origin King grade herbs, and there were no higher grade herbs in the Star Territory. This move alone made Ji Ying's eyes light up. Chapter 32:12. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xia Ningqiang's cultivation was just a third-order Origin King, but at this moment, she had taken out an Origin King grade herb, indicating that she wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. For a cultivator from a lower Star Territory, this should be the limit. In other words, Yang Kai's wife was an Origin King grade alchemist. Perhaps. Ji Ying could still look forward to this. Ji Ying nodded secretly and began paying attention silently. Xia Ningqiang gently picked up one of the herbs and her aura suddenly underwent a huge change. She became extremely focused, as if the only thing left in the world was the herb in front of her. Alchemy required one to be completely focused and could not be disturbed or distracted for even half a day. This was an essential quality for every alchemist. Ji Ying nodded again, thinking that regardless of her alchemy aptitude, this performance alone was commendable. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed because Xia Ningqiang had actually pushed her Saint Qi to wrap around the herb in her hand. Her Saint Qi was not static, but instead fluctuated between strong and weak, creating a strange fluctuation. Under this fluctuation, a trace of green aura quickly overflowed from the herb, which was obviously the medicinal liquid it contained. Not using a pill furnace? A strange light flashed across Ji Ying's eyes. An outstanding alchemist may be able to refine a spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but this required an extremely high level of skill, and the grade of the spirit pill refined definitely couldn't be too high. For example, Ji Ying himself, as an emperor alchemist, could refine a Dao source grade spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but as a result, even if he could refine it, the quality and quantity of the spirit pills would be affected. A pill furnace was an alchemist's second life, and this was not just a saying. Whether a pill furnace was good or bad, it was essential to assist an alchemist in alchemy. Xia Ningqiang was just an Origin King, so refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was already her limit. Now, she actually wanted to refine without the aid of a pill furnace, which made Ji Ying a little unhappy. She felt that even if Xia Ningqiang intended to show off in front of her, she shouldn't act so arrogantly. This wasn't a good thing for an alchemist. With such a mindset, it was likely she wouldn't be able to go far. If someone else had done this in front of him, he would have reprimanded them, but considering that Xia Ningqiang was Yang Kai's wife, he endured it, but his original expectations had disappeared. The next moment, he was stunned again. Because he felt that Xia Ningqiang's Saint Qi was not of the fire attribute. What? Not only did he not use an alchemy furnace to refine in the air, he didn't even have an alchemy fire. How was she going to refine alchemy like this? Did he really think that alchemy was child's play, something that could be done casually? He could not help turning to look at Yang Kai's wife. However, he saw Yang Kai smile and say meaningfully, "Brother Ji will understand soon enough." Ji Ying frowned but could only let nature take its course. In his mind, he was thinking about how to politely refuse Yang Kai's previous proposal without hurting his face or the friendship between them. However, this matter was difficult to handle. If Yang Kai had brought someone else here, he could have refused, but the woman in front of him was his wife. If things went wrong, it was very likely it would cause a rift between them. Saint Qi surged and the spirit grass tumbled as the Origin King Realm spirit pill overflowed with green fluorescence at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually condensed into a pearl-sized drop of green liquid. Ji Ying's eyes bulged as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" The first step in refining a spirit pill was to condense the medicinal liquid. Generally, alchemists would use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so, but Yang Kai's wife not only did not use a pill furnace, but she also did not have a pill fire, yet she had somehow managed to condense the medicinal liquid from this herb. Ji Ying turned his head to look at Yang Kai in shock, but saw that Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he had already expected this. What was going on? Without the help of a pill furnace or pill fire, how did this Xia girl condense this medicinal liquid? Unable to believe this, Ji Ying released his divine sense slightly and his eyes bulged even more. It was indeed a medicinal liquid, and it was extremely pure. This pearl-sized drop of green liquid was not mixed with the slightest impurities and its medicinal properties were perfectly preserved, without the slightest trace of damage. The shock in Ji Ying's heart could not be any greater as he felt that what he was seeing in front of him was beyond anything he had ever seen in his life. With his ability, if he took out an Origin King grade herb, he could naturally achieve the same level of refinement as Xia Ningqiang, but he would need to use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm alchemist while Xia Ningqiang was just an Origin King grade alchemist. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth, so naturally they could not be compared. Ji Ying had never thought that an Origin King grade alchemist could condense a medicinal liquid to such an extent beyond his own limits. At the very least, when he was an Origin King grade alchemist, he could not achieve this. The purity of the medicinal liquid was directly related to the quality of the final pill. The higher the purity of the medicinal liquid, the less impurities it would have, and the greater the assistance it would provide in the subsequent refinement process. In this regard, Xia Ningqiang had undoubtedly achieved perfection. Looking at the Origin King grade herb in Xia Ningqiang's hand, Ji Ying saw that it had completely withered and the medicinal efficacies it contained had been completely condensed. Xia Ningqiang simply threw it aside. This caused Ji Ying to be taken aback again. Condensing such a pure medicinal liquid without the help of a pill furnace and pill fire was already amazing, but she was actually able to squeeze out the medicinal efficacies of a single herb to the limit. It could be said that Ji Ying had never seen such an alchemist before. Even the few disciples he had placed high hopes on were inferior to her. If the step of condensing the medicinal liquid was given a full score of 10, then Ji Ying would definitely give Xia Ningqiang a 9 out of 10. He was afraid that she would become arrogant. Ji Ying could not understand how she had done it, because it was contrary to what he knew. Calming down, he continued to watch as Xia Ningqiang skillfully condensed medicinal liquids into medicinal liquids. After a short while, all the medicinal liquids of the herbs had been condensed. Ji Ying gasped in amazement. He discovered that the perfect medicinal liquid she had concocted at the beginning was not just a fluke, because the medicinal herbs she had concocted later were just like the beginning. She had completely concocted their medicinal effects without wasting a single bit. Putting away the dissatisfaction and contempt in his heart, Ji Ying's expression became extremely focused as he stared at Xia Ningqiang's movements without blinking, lest he miss the slightest detail. Although Ji Ying still did not understand how she had done it, this visual and sensory impact was undoubtedly a kind of shock and enjoyment for a veteran alchemist. After condensing the medicinal liquids, it was naturally time to inscribe a spirit array and let the medicinal liquids fuse with each other. Ji Ying thought to himself, at this point, you should use your pill furnace, right? What you did just now was enough to prove your ability. But unexpectedly, Xia Ningqiang still had no intention of taking out his pill furnace. Instead, he simply opened his hands and held them vertically in front of him, releasing pearl-sized medicinal liquids wrapped in Saint Qi and suspended between his palms. As her Saint Qi surged, a mass of medicinal liquid began to dance rapidly, revolving around Xia Ningqiang's palms as its center. During the process of revolving, these medicinal liquids fused and intersected with each other, undergoing some magical changes. Ji Ying was completely speechless. He only felt that the spirit pill this Mistress Yang was refining was completely different from the alchemy he knew, far beyond his imagination. Paying close attention to the changes in the medicinal liquids with his divine sense, Ji Ying's expression was a mixture of surprise, shock, admiration, and many other kinds of expressions. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed by, and the medicinal liquid that had been revolving between Xia Ningqiang's palms suddenly slowed down. However, under Ji Ying's perception, he could clearly feel that the medicinal liquid had completely fused together, and the amount of liquid had reached the pinnacle. Xia Ningqiang held the semi-finished medicinal liquid in one hand, then tilted his head and thought for a moment before forming a series of hand seals with his other hand and sending out a burst of Saint Qi. This is. Ji Ying suddenly stood up. The hand seals Xia Ningchang was using at this moment turned out to be his newly developed pill condensing technique. During his 5 days of discussion with Yang Kai, he had used this technique to condense no less than 20 furnaces of spirit pills, but that was it. Ji Ying had never imagined that Xia Ningchang would actually be able to learn it completely after just 5 days. Not only had he learned it, but he had also put it to use. Ji Ying was inexplicably excited as he instinctively felt that he had picked up a treasure. Possessing such outstanding and special alchemy skills could be explained by Xia Ningchang's proficiency in alchemy and the fact that she had been immersed in the Tao of alchemy for a long time, but to be able to learn and use his pill condensing technique in just 5 days was enough to demonstrate her perception and aptitude. Of course, in Ji Ying's opinion, Xia Ningchang's pill condensing technique was not perfect. Some of the transitions in the middle were a bit stiff, and it did not give off the kind of natural feeling Ji Ying had. But the flaws could not obscure the beauty. In just 5 days, Ji Ying had not taught her anything. She had only watched from the side, yet she was already able to reach this point. If Ji Ying could teach her, wouldn't there be even greater room for improvement? Compared to her, the disciples he had high hopes for were simply rotten wood that could not be carved, walls of dung that could not be tarnished. After the last hand seal, the medicinal liquid in Xia Ningchang's hand suddenly split into 7, but it was still under his control. The 7 medicinal liquids continued to rotate, gradually solidifying and drying up. After everything was settled, Xia Ningchang had 7 rolling, snow-white spirit pills in his hand. "Grandmaster, please take a look," Xia Ningchang said softly, then put the 7 spirit pills in his hand on the table and retreated behind Yang Kai. Ji Ying immediately opened his eyes wide and grabbed the 7 spirit pills in his hand, carefully inspecting them. Yang Kai had been observing the situation, so how could he not see the change in Ji Ying's attitude? He looked up at Xia Ningchang, smiled, and signaled with his eyes that everything was done. "Pill veins," Ji Ying exclaimed. Of the 7 spirit pills, 1 had actually formed pill veins, and it was not 1, but 2. This was such an astonishing ratio that even Ji Ying was stunned. Chapter 32:13. Pill veins were the best form of identification for an alchemist's skills, but they were something that could only be encountered by chance. If a pill formed pill veins during the refining process, both its medicinal efficacies and value would double because no matter how long it was stored, there was no need to worry about its medicinal efficacies dissipating. The veins on the surface of the pill, like the meridians of a human body, would lock in the pill's medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. If a pill formed pill clouds, it would be even more incredible. Pill clouds not only had the effect of pill veins, but they could also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill. The longer it was stored, the more powerful its medicinal efficacies would be. If it was stored for thousands of years, the medicinal efficacies it contained would be terrifying. Pill veins could only be encountered by chance, not sought. Pill clouds were even more out of the question, as those were absolutely rare items. When Ji Ying was refining spirit pills, she would occasionally refine a spirit pill with pill veins, but as for pill clouds, she had never encountered one. On the other hand, her 4th senior sister had once refined a pill that formed pill clouds, but it was only an Origin King grade pill. At that time, her senior sister was already an Emperor Realm alchemist, so refining an Origin King grade pill was naturally a piece of cake for her. Because of this, her 4th senior sister was praised by her honored master, and the special pill she refined was treated as a treasure by her senior sister. It was likely she would treat it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Xia Ningchang refining a furnace of Origin King grade pills was her own limit. After all, she was only an Origin King grade alchemist. Refining 7 pills was already an excellent result, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. Ji Ying was quite shocked. 1 pill could be said to be luck, but 2? His luck was a little too good. After careful confirmation, there was no doubt these 2 pills were indeed pill veins. The medicinal efficacies of these 2 spirit pills were more than double that of the other 5. Such a result could be said to be even rarer than refining 9 pills at once. Ji Ying also saw that the reason why Xia Ningqiang had only managed to refine 7 pills was because her understanding of the final pill condensing technique was still incomplete. After all, this was her first time applying what she had learned. Once she fully grasped the pill condensing technique, what was the point of refining 9 pills? What was truly hard to come by were the pill veins. He took a deep breath and put down the 2 spirit pills with pill veins. When he looked at the remaining 5 spirit pills, his face was filled with amazement. Although when Xia Ningqiang had concocted the perfect medicinal liquid, he had already expected that the quality of this batch of spirit pills would not be too bad. Even without the 2 pill-veined spirit pills, the remaining 5 were all of the highest quality. It seemed that they were only one step away from forming pill veins. Not only was this Madame Yang's aptitude not bad, she was simply a genius among alchemy geniuses. He was probably much better than Yang Kai. Recalling Xia Ningqiang's various performances during alchemy, Ji Ying suddenly raised her head and stared at her in a daze. An inconceivable thought flashed through her mind. Madame Yang, is the sacred spirit medicine body? After being exposed by Ji Ying, Xia Ningqiang nodded slightly. Yang Kai also laughed and said, "Brother Ji's vision is really sharp. No wonder, no wonder." Ji Ying smiled bitterly. No wonder alchemy didn't require a pill furnace or even a pill fire and could be so outstanding. It turned out that she was the sacred spirit medicine body. It was ridiculous that he had thought Xia Ningqiang was deliberately showing off, but now he knew the whole story. The sacred spirit medicine body didn't need a pill furnace or a pill fire to refine spirit pills. She herself was the best pill furnace and her Saint Qi was better than any pill fire. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Ji Ying said indignantly, "Brother Yang, you've been hiding things from me for a long time." Yang Kai blinked and said, "Seeing is believing. What does Brother Ji think of my wife?" Ji Ying sternly said, "This Ji is inferior." This was not flattery, but the truth. Ji Ying suddenly remembered the records he had read in the ancient books he had read before. In this world, there were countless kinds of strange physiques, each of which had its own uniqueness. For alchemists, the sacred spirit medicine body was an existence they could only dream of because this kind of physique was specially created for alchemy. For those with the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking, it was their innate talent. Although Ji Ying's current alchemy skills and alchemy rank were higher than Xia Ningqiang's, if Xia Ningqiang was allowed to grow, not only would Ji Ying be inferior, but none of the 4 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors would be able to compare with her. In time, it was not impossible for Ji Ying to reach the height of the wondrous pill great emperors and truly enter the Tao of alchemy. Yang Kai gawked for a moment, not having expected to receive such a high evaluation from Ji Ying, a light of pride suddenly appearing on his face as he laughed and said, "Brother Ji is too kind, I still need to learn from Brother Ji." After a pause, he asked, "Can I understand that Brother Ji is willing to accept my wife as a disciple?" Since he had such a high evaluation, it would not be difficult for Ji Ying to accept Xia Ningqiang as a disciple. Great masters also wanted outstanding disciples, and Ji Ying was one of the most renowned alchemy masters in the entire star boundary. Just as the wondrous pill great emperors also wanted to pass on their legacy, Ji Ying must have had similar thoughts. However, great masters were common, but outstanding disciples were rare, so Xia Ningqiang was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yang Kai thought that Ji Ying would happily agree, but he didn't expect him to furrow his brow and put on an awkward look. Yang Kai suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Ji still worried about Medicine Pill Valley's rules?" "No, no." Ji Ying waved his hand, "With such aptitude and the sacred spirit medicine body, I believe eldest brother will also welcome Madame Yang to join Medicine Pill Valley and will definitely not reject her. Since that's the case, why does Brother Ji have such an expression?" Yang Kai was puzzled. For the sake of Xia Ningqiang's future, he was willing to send her to Medicine Pill Valley to study the alchemic way and suffer the pain of lovesickness, so why was he still hesitating? Shouldn't he be happy to accept it? Ji Ying did not answer, but his expression changed and he hesitated for a long time before suddenly making up his mind. "Brother Yang, I want to introduce sister-in-law to honored master." "Wondrous pill great emperors?" Yang Kai was stunned and immediately shocked. Brother Ji means, I'm afraid only honored master can teach sister-in-law, Ji Ying said solemnly. To be honest, he also wanted to take Xia Ningchang in as his disciple and teach her with all his heart. Having such a disciple would give him face in the future. However, the sacred spirit medicine body was extremely rare, and he was afraid that it would not be long before she surpassed him. If a master was inferior to a disciple, then as her master, he would be in an awkward position. Coupled with Yang Kai's relationship, if he really took Xia Ningchang as his disciple, the seniority would be a bit messy. That was why he said this. If Xia Ningchang could become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, then they would have a brother and sister relationship, and it would not be awkward for her to meet Yang Kai in the future. Yang Kai was excited and said, Brother Ji is so kind, this Yang is really. To be honest, it was not that he had never thought of having Xia Ningchang become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, but what kind of people were the great emperors? How could they be so easily met, let alone become a disciple? It just so happened that Ji Ying was in the High Heaven Palace, so he simply came to find him. He did not expect that Ji Ying would actually take the initiative to mention this, which made him overjoyed. He hurriedly said to Xia Ningchang, little senior sister, quickly thank Brother Ji. It was Xia Ningchang's first time in the star boundary, so she did not know who the wondrous pill great emperors were, but seeing Yang Kai's expression, she knew that this was definitely an extraordinary existence, so she hurriedly thanked him. Ji Ying raised his hand and said, Don't worry, don't worry. Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Ji is very kind, how can a simple thank you be enough to express the gratitude of us husband and wife? Brother Ji, please do not refuse. Ji Ying smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I refuse, it's just that I don't have much confidence in this matter, so if it doesn't work out, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me. You don't have confidence? Yang Kai was stunned. Why do you say that? Ji Ying said, It's like this, honored master has accepted a total of 5 disciples in his life, and this Ji is his youngest disciple, as well as his last disciple. When honored master accepted me as his disciple, he said that he would never accept another disciple in the future. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he understood why Ji Ying seemed to be in a difficult position. He wanted to recommend Xia Ningchang to the wondrous pill great emperors, but the key point was that the great emperors had said that they would never accept a disciple. The words of the great emperors carried enormous weight, so how could they go back on their words so easily? Unless Xia Ningchang had the talent to make the wondrous pill great emperors go back on their words, and the sacred spirit medicine body was undoubtedly his greatest asset. Otherwise, Ji Ying wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, he couldn't bring himself to discredit his honored master, and he really couldn't bear to see such a bright pearl covered in dust. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Ji Ying said, This Ji can only promise to give it a try, as for whether it works or not. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Brother Ji's kind intentions, we husband and wife thank you in advance. Whether it works or not, we will remember this kindness. Ji Ying smiled and said, Since Brother Yang has no objections, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. This matter isn't urgent, Yang Kai said, but he didn't mean it. Ji Ying said, Even if you aren't in a hurry, I am. Saying this, he stood up and strode out. Do you need my humble wife to go back with you? Yang Kai asked. There's no hurry. I'll go and ask honored master first. If possible, it won't be too late to pick up sister-in-law. The main reason was that he didn't have the confidence. If honored master didn't even want to meet Xia Ningchang, how awkward would that be? Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang saw him off all the way to the outside of the hall. I hope this trip goes smoothly. Ji Ying turned around and said this. His figure flickered and shot into the air, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. He was in a hurry and didn't want to waste a single moment. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai clenched his fists and said excitedly, If this matter succeeds, little senior sister will have a great backer in the future. If she could really become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, then no one would dare to provoke her in the star boundary in the future. The wondrous pill great emperor's 6th disciple had a terrifying reputation, so who would dare not give her face? Junior brother, the wondrous pill great emperors, who are they? Xia Ning Chang asked softly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I haven't had time to tell you all the details yet. Ian, let's go back and find Su Yang and Aluo. I'll tell you all about the current situation in the star boundary. Reaching out and grabbing Xia Ning Chang's waist, Yang Kai flew back to the main peak where he lived. In a good mood, Yang Kai's hands were naturally a little naughty, causing Xia Ning Chang's cheeks to flush red, and she bit her thin lips in embarrassment. Chapter 32:14. Ji Ying's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai waited in High Heaven Palace for less than 5 days before he rushed back to the main peak, High Heaven Peak. Brother Ji, how did things go? Yang Kai couldn't see anything from Ji Ying's face and asked somewhat nervously. Ji Ying replied, Honored Master agreed to see sister-in-law. This answer inevitably disappointed Yang Kai, but he also knew that the wondrous pill great emperors would not accept a disciple so casually. Since Ji Ying had agreed to see her, it meant there was a chance. If the wondrous pill great emperors had not even agreed to see her, he could only give up on this idea. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. If sister-in-law has nothing else to do, please set out with me. We can't keep Honored Master waiting. Ji Ying did not want to delay and immediately returned to Medicine Pill Valley. Many thanks for your trouble, Brother Ji. Yang Kai cupped his fists and Xia Ning Chang walked out from behind him, the two of them reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Although they had only just reunited and would have to part again, and once they really entered Medicine Pill Valley, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future, but for the long term, Medicine Pill Valley was definitely the best place for Xia Ning Chang to go. When he returned from his studies, he would be able to spend time with her, so why would he spend all his time here? Ji Ying released his ship artifact, and with Xia Ning Chang on board, it turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of the hall and watched for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Su Yang, Shan Qing Luo, and Shui Yu stood behind him. Yang Kai calmed his mood and turned to ask, Luo, are you really not going to the ancient savage wilderness? Over the past few days, Yang Kai had roughly explained the situation in the star boundary to the 4 girls. He could arrange for Xia Ning Chang to enter Medicine Pill Valley. As for Shan Qing Luo, the best place for her to go was naturally the savage desolation ancient land. Although she was born a human, she had the bloodline of the monster race and the heavenly moon demon spider's origin energy. In the entire star boundary, the most suitable place for her to grow was undoubtedly the savage desolation ancient land. Yang Kai believed that if he were to send the Shan Qing Luo to the ancient ground, the Luanfeng and the others wouldn't have any objections. Of course, even if they did, it would be useless. However, Shan Qing Luo didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, she was willing to stay in the High Heaven Palace and cultivate. As for the reason, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. She was probably worried that Shui Yu would be lonely, so she stayed to accompany him. No. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. As long as you have the heart, where can't you cultivate? Yang Kai gently nodded, that's true. Now that the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation resources, even if Shan Qing Luo didn't go to the ancient ground, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Since she didn't want to go, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. Turning his head to Su Yang, he said, let's go to Ice Heart Valley. Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew towards the space array. Su Yang followed closely behind. A moment later, in Ice Heart Valley's Ice Island restricted area, the space array lit up. The Ice Heart Valley disciples guarding this place noticed it and immediately came to investigate. After investigating the situation, they reported it one by one. Yang Kai hadn't come to Ice Heart Valley many times, but almost every elder in Ice Heart Valley recognized him. After all, when Ice Heart Valley was facing a great calamity, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and saved Ice Heart Valley. In the hearts of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Yang Kai's status was very high. Otherwise, how could a man casually enter this place where women gathered? As long as he showed his face, he would be killed. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw Bingyun in a large hall. There was no one around, only Ji Yarrow waiting on him. When Yang Kai saw her, he felt a headache. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing moments he had with her in the ancient ground. Ji Yaro's expression was a little strange as she looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. Without looking sideways, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Senior. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said softly, "Why are you acting like an outsider? Boy, you haven't been here for more than 10 years, right?" Before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yaro said in a sarcastic tone, "Palace Master Yang is a noble man with many things to do. How could he still remember this cold and desolate Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, thinking, "I didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so sarcastically?" Even Bing Yun glanced at her third disciple. Yang Kai pursed his lips. "Junior Sister Yaro, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ji Yaro reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "You used to call me Yaro, but now you have changed to Junior Sister." Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and even Bing Xin's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She raised her hand and said, "We are not outsiders, let's sit down first." Ji Yaro said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't blame me for not having tea to serve you." "Ha ha." Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to react. Bing Yun finally couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Ji Yaro. Only then did the latter lower her eyes and put on a docile appearance. "This is..." Bing Yun looked at Su Yang, who was standing behind Kai Yang strangely. Secretly thinking that the reason why Ji Yaro was being so cold and sarcastic was because this little brat had brought a woman with him, she naturally asked out of curiosity. Su Yang stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Su Yang greets Ancestral Founder." "Ancestral Founder?" Bing Yun was stunned, and Ji Yaro also raised her head to look at Su Yang. "This is..." Bing Yun's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared blankly at the sword hanging at Su Yang's waist. With a wave of her hand, the sword flew into her hand. Bing Yun gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and pulled it out of its sheath with a rustling sound. A cold light suddenly filled the hall as a cold aura filled the air. "Profound Frost Divine Sword," Bing Yun exclaimed in a low voice. This sword was originally her sword. She had owned it when she was the Valley Master of Iceheart Valley on Scarlet Wavestar in the Star Territory. Later, she left the Star Territory for the Star Boundary and left this sword in Iceheart Valley. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed and Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone great changes, she could recognize it at a glance. It was her sword from back then. Reporting to Ancestral Founder, "It is indeed Profound Frost Divine Sword." Su Yang replied respectfully. Bing Yun raised her head and looked at her. "You came from the Star Territory?" With Profound Frost Divine Sword here, it was not difficult to guess Su Yang's origin. Yang Kai smiled and said, "My humble wife studied in Iceheart Valley on Scarlet Wavestar for a period of time. Profound Frost Divine Sword was obtained from Iceheart Valley." "My humble wife." Bing Yun keenly grasped this intimate word, and a strange light flashed in Ji Yaro's eyes. Stroking the sword and recalling the past, Bing Yun could not help but sigh. "After a long time," she said, "Profound Frost Divine Sword is only an Origin King grade artifact, but I can see that it is now a Dao Source grade artifact. Moreover, it seems to be extremely sentient. It seems that this sword is not a disgrace to you." Returning the sword to its sheath, Bing Yun raised her hand and returned Profound Frost Divine Sword to Su Yang. Although it was an artifact from back then, Bing Yun no longer had any use for Profound Frost Divine Sword. Since Su Yang obtained it and brought it here, she naturally would not snatch it away. She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Yang Kai, you brought her to see me because..." Yang Kai grinned. "Su Yang is also a disciple of Scarlet Wavestar's Iceheart Valley. Naturally, she is also Senior's disciple. Isn't she here to acknowledge her ancestors?" Bing Yun nodded slightly, guessing Yang Kai's intentions. "Very well, this queen will accept her as a disciple. I won't bury her." Bing Yun is so straightforward. Although Yang Kai knew that there would definitely be no accidents on this trip, he did not expect Bing Yun to agree so readily. Compared with the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Bing Yun was much more amiable. However, although Bing Yun was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, she was still far from the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Great Emperors should be extremely cautious when accepting disciples, not to mention that the wondrous pill great emperors had previously said that they would no longer accept disciples. Yang Kai winked at Su Yang, and Su Yang immediately said, "Disciple greets honored master." Ji Yarrow said, "Honored master, you are usually in retreat, so why don't you leave little junior sister to me?" Yang Kai was shocked and raised his head to look at Ji Yarrow, only to see her give him a meaningful smile, which made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Bing Yun nodded and said, "Very well, if I don't have time, I will leave Su Yang to you. You must teach her well." "Yes, honored master," Ji Yarrow nodded respectfully. She turned to look at Su Yang and said, "Little junior sister, this is the first time we are meeting. You can call me third senior sister in the future, or you can call me by my name. My name is Ji Yarrow." "Greetings, third senior sister." Ji Yarrow pursed her lips and smiled, "Let's talk about it later. Honored master hasn't accepted you yet. After the disciple acceptance ceremony is over, we will be family. There is no need to be so formal." "Yes." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like he had sent Su Yang into a tiger's den. But this was not the time to go back on his word. Bing Yun had already agreed to accept Su Yang as a disciple, and Su Yang was very suitable to stay in Iceheart Valley to cultivate. How could he go back on his word now? Ji Yarrow wouldn't make things difficult for Su Yang, right? According to his understanding of Ji Yarrow, such a thing should not happen. Thinking so, Yang Kai calmed down and said, "Senior, I returned to Star Territory a few days ago and brought some disciples from Scarlet Wavestar and Iceheart Valley. If Senior is willing to accept them, Junior will arrange for them to be sent here." When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had not only brought people from Shadowed Star, but also from all the major cultivation stars. Scarlet Wavestar and Iceheart Valley were naturally the focus of attention, almost emptying the entire Iceheart Valley. "You returned to Star Territory?" Bing Yun was shocked. "Yes, it was a coincidence." "How many people did you bring?" Senior is asking about Scarlet Wavestar and Iceheart Valley, or everyone. "Naturally, Iceheart Valley. Several thousand." Bing Yun was stunned. He thought that even if he had the ability to return to Star Territory and bring some people here, he would only bring a few dozen at most. The number of several thousand really shocked him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "You became the master of Star Territory?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior's eyes are sharp." Bing Yun was relieved. No wonder he could bring several thousand people here. It turned out that he had become the master of Star Territory and the guardian of Star Territory. Other than that, there was no other explanation for why he could bring so many people here. Frowning, he said, "Star Territory has its own rules, and the Star Boundary has its own rules. Only Third-Order Origin Kings can pass through the Starlight Avenue and enter the Star Boundary. Although I don't know what method you used to bring them here, I'm afraid you will have some trouble." Yang Kai said, "Senior, don't worry. Since I dared to do this, there will naturally be no problems." Chapter 32:15. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation was his immediate superior, he definitely would not have done this. Otherwise, if he was found out in the future, he would definitely be punished and stripped of his status as the master of Star Territory. However, with Yang Inflammation's protection, it was not a big deal for him to secretly bring some people over. What about everyone? Bing Yun suddenly realized a problem. Scarlet Wavestar and Iceheart Valley had brought thousands of people over, so the others would probably bring even more. After all, Yang Kai himself originated from Star Territory, so it was impossible for him to not take care of his friends and family in Star Territory. 100,000. Yang Kai scratched his cheek. Bing Yun was stunned, and Ji Yarrow also looked at him in a daze. What did 100,000 mean? Iceheart Valley only had a few thousand disciples now, less than 10,000, and this was the result of years of continuous recruitment. 100,000 was almost equivalent to a dozen Iceheart Valleys. Why did you bring so many people over? Bing Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you afford to raise them? 100,000 people. The cultivation materials each person needed was an extremely terrifying number. High Heaven Palace had only been established recently, so how could it have such a huge heritage to squander? She could not help but worry about Yang Kai's future. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no problem for the time being." Bing Yun was stunned. "It seems that I have underestimated you. Since you have enough people, then arrange for someone to send the people from Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley here as soon as possible. I can help share some of your pressure." Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley were the sect founded by Bing Yun, so naturally, she could not ignore the thousands of disciples. Bringing them to Iceheart Valley would make it easier for them to cultivate in the future. "Thank you, Senior." Bing Yun smiled and said, "I should be thanking you, but since you are so rich, my Iceheart Valley has nothing to thank you for. In the future, I can only teach Su Yang carefully and return this favor." Obviously, she was telling Yang Kai not to worry and that she would not treat Su Yang badly. Yang Kai seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Senior, I do have a request." Bing Yun said, "What is it? As long as it's not too much, tell me about it." Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "Senior, my High Heaven Palace has only been established for a short period of time, so we can't compare to the other sects in the star boundary. Putting aside the materials used for cultivation for the time being, we can still survive if we live on a shoestring, but the disciples can't only rely on source crystals for cultivation. They must also have suitable secret arts and secret techniques. Otherwise, if we cultivate behind closed doors, even if our cultivation improves, we won't be a match for others when we go out to fight. If we were to be killed by others, how embarrassing would that be?" Bing Yun looked at him angrily. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Junior wants to see if he can borrow some secret arts and secret techniques from Iceheart Valley. You know, there are all kinds of people, and many of them cultivate ice attribute secret arts. We are currently lacking these things." Bing Yun smiled and said, "You destroyed Seeking Passion sect and took their things. Isn't the heritage of such a huge sect over tens of thousands of years not enough for you? Speaking of which, Seeking Passion sect's heritage was even stronger than Iceheart Valley's. After all, it was a sect founded by the great emperors. Back then, Seeking Passion sect was also famous, but after passing down generations, its reputation gradually declined. In the end, it was destroyed by Yang Kai. Although Bing Yun didn't know how many benefits Yang Kai obtained from exterminating Seeking Passion sect, she could infer a thing or two from the fact that he could support more than 100,000 people. Not to mention the cultivation materials, the number of secret arts and secret techniques he obtained was definitely not small. She remembered that Seeking Passion sect's book collection pavilion was even larger than Iceheart Valley's. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "Naturally, the more secret arts and secret techniques there are, the better. Disciples will have more choices, right? Of course, if Senior is interested, we can also exchange them. My High Heaven Palace also has a book collection pavilion. Senior can take whatever secret arts and secret techniques you want." Bing Yun said, "My Iceheart Valley's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Why would we need others' secret techniques?" "Then, Senior means," Bing Yun said, "if I refuse, wouldn't I be too stingy?" "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai smiled. Bing Yun waved her hand and said, "Yarrow, take him to the secret arts and secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Except for the top-level secret techniques, let him take the rest." Giving such an order in front of Yang Kai naturally showed that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. As for the secret arts and secret techniques, they were the foundation of Iceheart Valley. Even the disciples of Iceheart Valley couldn't cultivate them easily. Only the future pillars of Iceheart Valley were qualified to study them. Naturally, they couldn't be taken away by Yang Kai. Junior can do as he pleases, there's no need to trouble junior sister Yarrow. Yarrow chuckled, "Since honored master has given the order, then it's not up to you. Brother Yang, come with me." Yarrow pursed her lips and smiled. She walked down and brushed past him as she walked out. A wisp of serene fragrance swept past him. "Go, I want to talk to Su Yang." Bing Yun waved her hand and asked him to leave. Yang Kai had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he quietly sent a message to Su Yang, "Cultivate well, I will come to see you often." Su Yang nodded gently. Closing the door of the main hall behind him, Yang Kai followed Ji Yarrow towards the secret art pavilion. Along the way, many Ice Heart Valley disciples stepped aside and respectfully bowed to the two of them. However, from time to time, they would steal glances at Yang Kai in amazement. The air was filled with all kinds of fragrances, giving one the illusion that they had entered a country of women. Nothing was said along the way as Ji Yarrow led the way, not bothering to chat with Yang Kai. A moment later, a 9-story tower appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Above the tower was a plaque with the words Secret Art Pavilion written on it. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples were walking in and out of the tower, obviously choosing secret arts and secret techniques. After entering with Ji Yarrow, Yang Kai was immediately greeted by a beautiful woman in palace attire who bowed, "Martial Aunt Ji." This beautiful woman had a Dao Source Realm cultivation and was not weak. If Ji Yarrow was a first-generation disciple of Ice Heart Valley, then she was definitely a second-generation disciple. After greeting her, she looked up at Yang Kai and suddenly said, "Martial Uncle Yang." She had seen Yang Kai before, and although she had only seen him briefly, being able to follow Ji Yarrow into the secret art pavilion meant that besides the palace master of High Heaven Palace, there was no one else in this world who could do such a thing. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He was well aware of how famous he was in Ice Heart Valley, so he was not surprised. "Call all the disciples out, I have some matters to discuss with Brother Yang," Ji Yarrow ordered lightly. A look of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes as she wondered if the rumors were true. Otherwise, why would they clear the secret art pavilion after entering? One had to know that a man and a woman alone in a room would be bad for Martial Aunt Ji's reputation if word of this spread. However, Martial Aunt Ji obviously did not care about this. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she replied, "Yes." Turning around, she entered. A moment later, Ice Heart Valley's disciples came out one by one, saluted, and left. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the beautiful woman in the palace robes came back to report, "Martial Aunt Ji, the disciples have all left." Ji Yarrow nodded lightly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Come in." Yang Kai looked uncomfortable. When Ji Yarrow wanted to clear the secret art pavilion just now, he had wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that others would think too much, so he had remained silent. Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only let nature take its course. If Ji Yarrow was not afraid, what was there to be afraid of? The secret art pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the secret arts and secret techniques stored. Correspondingly, the requirements for the disciples who entered would be higher. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion did not only store ice attribute secret techniques, but also other secret arts and secret techniques. After all, Ice Heart Valley had existed for tens of thousands of years, so when the disciples traveled outside, they would inevitably obtain some gains. These secret arts and secret techniques would naturally be turned over to the secret art pavilion in exchange for contribution points. A sect's heritage was basically built this way. It was not something that could be built overnight, but rather required many years of accumulation. While leading Yang Kai forward, Ji Yarrow introduced the situation inside the secret art pavilion to him. After a brief understanding, Yang Kai said, "Let's go directly to the 4th floor." Secret arts and secret techniques below the 4th floor were not of much use. Only those above the 4th floor were suitable for a Saint King Realm cultivator to cultivate. Ji Yarrow nodded and walked up the spiral wooden ladder to the 4th floor before saying, "Brother Yang, please feel free to take a look around and see if there is anything you need." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. In the large space of the 4th floor, there were at least 20 wooden cabinets, each of which was a few dozen meters tall. Each of these cabinets had a small grid on which were placed a number of jade slips with the names of secret arts and secret techniques written on them. These jade slips were very neatly organized and easy to read. Yang Kai grabbed a jade slip at random and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, quickly discovering that this was a secret technique that could allow a cultivator to cultivate to the Origin King realm. It was not too precious, but it was a step-by-step process that would prevent a cultivator from becoming the demon race. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and began copying it. For this trip, Yang Kai had prepared over 10,000 blank jade slips in his space ring. Moreover, it was not just Ice Heart Valley, but also the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai had asked Li Jiao to go back and deliver some secret arts and secret techniques to him. If it were before, Li Jiao would definitely refuse or bargain with Yang Kai. After all, this was the heritage of the Fire Dragon Palace, so how could he allow others to take advantage of it so casually? However, after going through life and death with Yang Kai on Dragon Island, learning that Yang Kai had saved Lu Sanniang's life, and learning that Yang Kai had fought many battles in the Star Territory, Li Jiao did not refuse this matter and immediately agreed, leading Lu Sanniang and Lu Yuqin back to the Fire Dragon Palace. Counting the days, it was almost time to deliver the secret arts and secret techniques. Yang Kai was also preparing to go to the Southern Territory to find some secret arts and secret techniques from Azure Sun Temple. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would gather the strength of the 4 top forces, so the disciples would have a lot of choice when choosing secret arts and secret techniques. Just this starting point alone would allow them to have a higher starting point than others, so it would be difficult for them not to become strong in the future. "Can I help you?" Ji Yarrow walked over and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip, and handed it to her. Although he did not know how many secret arts and secret techniques there were in Ice Heart Valley's secret technique pavilion, one more person would be more efficient. Chapter 32:16. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kai Yang took a jade slip from the left while Ji Yarrow took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the 4th floor to the 8th floor of Ice Heart Valley's Secret Art Pavilion. For a time, the Secret Art Pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. "Let's go to the next floor," Ji Yarrow said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first, Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Ji Yarrow following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Ji Yarrow would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Ji Yarrow's mind was a little unclear at that time and she mistook him for Bingyun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Ji Yarrow's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this, and Ji Yarrow also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Ice Heart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor Realm. Bingyun sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Ji Yarrow didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The side of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. "I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory?" Ji Yarrow suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Who did you hear that from?" Ji Yarrow turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. "I've already met little junior sister, when can I meet the other 3? Why would you want to meet them? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Ji Yarrow know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Ji Yarrow about this? You planted a spy in my high heaven palace? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Ji Yarrow definitely wouldn't know about this. You still haven't answered my question. Ji Yarrow evaded the question. Yang Kai bitterly smiled and said, if junior sister Yarrow wants to meet them, you can go to the High Heaven Palace at any time. Ji Yarrow lightly snorted and flicked her sleeve. I want to go, but I'm afraid that some people won't welcome me. Who dares? Yang Kai glared. Ji Yarrow's eyes stared at him without blinking. Yang Kai pointed at his own nose and said, it can't be me, right? What kind of joke is this? If junior sister Yarrow wants to go to the High Heaven Palace, you can go at any time, there won't be anyone who won't welcome you. You said it yourself. Ji Yarrow pursed her lips into a smile, then I'll have to go to the High Heaven Palace more often in the future. She had often gone to the High Heaven Palace before, but 9 times out of 10, she wouldn't see Yang Kai. The news she received was that Yang Kai had gone out and hadn't returned. Even if this was true, it still gave her the illusion that Yang Kai was avoiding her, causing her to feel somewhat disappointed. Now that she heard Yang Kai say this, her uneasiness immediately disappeared. That's right, I also heard that Miss Shu also fell into your demonic hands. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Who has such a big mouth? Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. The 3 Great Monster King? It shouldn't be, they had no reason to gossip behind his back. Could it be Hua Ching Sai? Could it be the Southern Gate Army or Hu Yu? Perhaps it was Hu Yu. Yang Kai swore in his heart. If it really was her, he would definitely lock her up for 100 years and force her to constantly refine artifacts. He definitely wouldn't let her out until 100 years had passed. Big Brother is truly amazing, having 2 beauties in each hand and enjoying the blessings of 2, making others envious. Yang Kai said with an awkward expression, Junior Sister Yarrow, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you help me copy a jade slip? There isn't much left. The main reason was that it felt strange to talk about this with a woman like Ji Yarrow. If it were a man talking about this, perhaps Yang Kai would have some interest. Ji Yarrow looked at him with ridicule. Big Brother, are you feeling embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you men all like this? You can't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. It's undeniable that a beautiful woman can always make a man take a few more glances and perhaps even have some fanciful thoughts, but taking all the beautiful women in the world is just too unrealistic. Is that so? Ji Yarrow was expressionless. So Big Brother is already satisfied with having 5 beauties? Yang Kai sternly said, how would I dare not be satisfied? Ji Yarrow slowly walked towards him and said solemnly, Big Brother, can you guarantee that you won't fool around in the future? Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. Junior Sister Yarrow, we really should change the topic. Big Brother, are you avoiding my question? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? If another woman throws herself at you, you won't refuse. Stopping in front of Yang Kai, she raised her head and stubbornly stared at him, her delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Yang Kai took a step back and pressed his back against the wooden cabinet. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Junior Sister Yarrow, you're meddling too much. Ji Yarrow said, if it was before, I could just sit back and ignore it, but since Master has agreed to accept Junior Sister into the sect, then Junior Sister and I are family. Although this is the first time we've met, I can see that our Junior Sister has a cold temperament and probably won't restrict you in the matters of men and women. As a senior sister, I naturally have to think for her. You're being unreasonable. Yang Kai frowned. Ji Yarrow sneered, you don't mean what you say. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, how do I mean what I say? You obviously do. Don't say it like you understand men very well. Yang Kai sized her up and sneered, if Big Brother isn't wrong, Junior Sister, right now you're probably still a virgin. Ji Yarrow's white cheeks flushed red as she angrily shouted, rogue. Yang Kai spread his hands. You were the one who insisted on discussing this topic with me. I'm just stating facts. You haven't even met a suitable man and have been bitterly cultivating in Iceheart Valley all this time. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of men? Who said I haven't met one? Ji Yarrow angrily shouted, her chest heaving up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt inexplicably guilty under her stare and couldn't help looking away as he shrugged. That's why, let's change the subject, continuing to discuss it is meaningless. No. Ji Yarrow stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. I used to think you were a good person, that even though you were a man you knew how to keep yourself clean, but I didn't expect you to be such a worthless man. If you don't make things clear today, I'm afraid junior sister will still suffer in the future. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Who's a worthless man? This is too much. How could I be a worthless man? This is simply a personal attack, how can I tolerate it? Ji Yarrow's grip tightened, causing Yang Kai's body to suddenly lean towards her as she spat. I'm talking about you. Ji Yao. Yang Kai shouted, don't go too far. I'm going too far, what can you do about it? Ji Yarrow raised her head, her face filled with anger, not showing any intention of backing down. She was half a head shorter than Yang Kai, but at this moment, she seemed to be superior. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, his nostrils puffing hot air. Her beautiful face was so close that her two full breasts gave off an amazing amount of elasticity and heat. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded as his fierce expression suddenly changed. Just now, he had been so focused on quarreling with her that he hadn't realized the two of them were so close together. Now that he had woken up, his heart began to pound. The corners of his eyes twitched and his tone softened. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go first. He reached out to grab her little hand, wanting to pry it open, but unexpectedly, Ji Yarrow didn't have any intention of letting go. However, the moment their skin touched, that white and tender little hand trembled slightly and her cheeks slowly turned red. Their eyes were still facing each other, but there wasn't a feeling of hostility. Instead, there was a hint of charm and ambiguity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and earnestly said, Great Aunt, I was wrong, okay? Let go first and we can talk. I won't let go. Ji Yarrow lost the courage to look at him, but her face was stubborn. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, something will happen. Ji Yarrow didn't say anything, but that silent resistance showed her attitude. I'm warning you one last time, something will really happen. Yang Kai said with a serious face. Ji Yarrow remained unmoved. She couldn't bear it anymore. There was no need to bear it anymore. Yang Kai let out a light breath and slowly lowered his head. Tilting his head, he pressed his lips against hers. Ji Yarrow's body suddenly began to violently tremble. The little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar suddenly tightened. A vigorous aura rushed over and the distance between the two of them quickly closed. Ji Yarrow's eyes suddenly closed and only her long eyelashes continued to tremble, showing the nervousness in her heart. A soft and cold feeling came from her lips and there seemed to be a hint of sweetness, making her enjoy it so much that she didn't want to leave. Ji Yarrow's trembling body instantly stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Yang Kai's movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Every time he touched her, he would quickly withdraw, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That stiff, delicate body gradually relaxed and the little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar had unknowingly let go. It was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand and turned behind her back. Her waist tightened and her entire body leaned forward. Chapter 32:17. On the lowest floor of the cultivation method pavilion, the woman who had called Ji Yarrow martial aunt before raised her head worriedly. Just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The cultivation method pavilion had been cleared out, so now, besides her guarding the door, only Ji Yarrow and Yang Kai remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Iceheart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon, there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the cultivation method pavilion. Ji Yarrow was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Ji Yarrow's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hand supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Ji Yarrow's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue, and tasted it wantonly. Ji Yarrow let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. "I told you something would happen." Ji Yarrow covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red, and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered, "Now, what else do you have to say?" "What did you say?" Yang Kai was stunned. Beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. "You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you," Ji Yarrow said hatefully. "You're blaming me?" Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man, after all." Ji Yarrow said coldly, "The truth is right in front of you, and you still want to quibble." Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, "Junior Marshal Sister Yarrow, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct." Ji Yarrow said, "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. "Junior Marshal Sister Yarrow, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left?" As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach, she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. He was like a demon that had been completely released. He looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "What do you think I want to do?" Without waiting for her to respond, he leaned over and kissed her again. This time, he didn't show any tenderness, but directly broke through all the barriers and wantonly took. Ji Yarrow was suddenly out of breath, almost suffocating. Only now did she understand that men weren't people she could casually provoke. This was the second time she experienced this kind of thing. In any case, her performance was a bit better than before. She was able to feel something, but it was also because of this that she felt even more unbearable. Something seemed to be stirring in her body, and the blood in her body flowed several times faster than usual. Her whole body emitted an astonishing heat, as if it wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. When a large hand climbed from her waist to her chest, Ji Yarrow finally grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. She opened her eyes and shook her head pleadingly. Yang Kai had been paying attention to her reaction. Seeing this, he smiled faintly and didn't force her again. After a long time, their lips parted. Ji Yarrow absent-mindedly looked at the sparkling silk thread connecting them. Her already red cheeks became even more ashamed. A short figure slipped out from under Kai Yang's arm. His footsteps floated to the top of the stairs. Stopping, he turned around and fiercely glared at Kai Yang. "Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't tell Junior Marshal Sister." She then hurried downstairs as if she was fleeing. She still dares to be so fierce. Yang Kai looked in the direction she disappeared and sneered. Bringing his hand to the tip of his nose, he smelled the lingering fragrance, a look of fascination appearing on his face. But then again, he had only come here today to obtain some secret arts and secret techniques from Iceheart Valley. How had things developed to this point with Ji Yarrow? Thinking back to what had just happened, Yang Kai felt like he was dreaming. But what was done, so there was no point in thinking about it now. He just didn't know if it would be awkward if he met Ji Yarrow again. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that she actually didn't want him to tell Su Yang. He had thought that Ji Yarrow had sacrificed herself to feed a tiger and would definitely use it against him, but she was actually more afraid of this matter being exposed than he was. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know what Ji Yarrow was up to today. On the first floor of the Secret Art Pavilion, the middle-aged woman in the palace dress heard the noise and quickly greeted, "Martial Aunt Ji." Ji Yarrow didn't look around, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her mind was still immersed in the sudden change just now. The impact of what had just happened on her was unimaginable. She definitely wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. The middle-aged woman asked, "Disciple heard some noise upstairs just now. Did Martial Aunt quarrel with Palace Master Yang?" Ji Yarrow glanced at her and frowned. "Did you hear it?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "Disciple didn't mean to, it was just a bit loud." Ji Yarrow's eyes flashed. "What did you hear?" The middle-aged woman lowered her head and said, "I didn't hear it clearly." Ji Yarrow didn't know whether what she said was true or false, so she could only say, "Don't spread it, just now I just had some disagreements with Big Brother." "Ian," the middle-aged woman nodded before asking curiously, "Martial Aunt, why is your face so red?" Ji Yarrow said with an unnatural expression, "I was angered by him." The middle-aged woman didn't doubt her, but those who cultivated ice attribute secret arts generally had relatively stable mental states. She was really curious about what Martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang were arguing about that had angered her. That Palace Master Yang was really too much. Her Martial Aunt Ji was such a good person, yet she was angered by him. It was definitely his fault. There weren't many jade slips on the 8th floor, so Yang Kai only needed a moment to organize them. Looking up at the 9th floor, he guessed that it should contain Iceheart Valley's secret arts. The 9th floor was completely unguarded for him, so if he wanted to enter, he could easily do so. But since Bing Yun didn't allow him to do so, he naturally wouldn't trespass. In the end, he came here to collect secret arts and secret techniques just to give the disciples more choice. He didn't need anything too profound. His harvest was quite bountiful, but he didn't know how Li Jiao was doing. Yang Kai went downstairs, and the middle-aged woman immediately stepped forward and bowed. "You haven't left yet." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yarrow, who had her back to him, in amazement. He thought that after what happened just now, she would avoid him, but she was actually still waiting here. Ji Yarrow turned around and said, "Why should I leave? I didn't do anything shameful. How can you say something like that?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. She had betrayed her little junior sister and her man. Wasn't this shameful? But since it happened to him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything, so he nodded and said, "This matter is over, so I should go back. I'll send you off." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but along the way, Yang Kai felt that she seemed to be deliberately keeping a little distance from him. He said a few words to her but didn't get any response, which made Yang Kai feel bored. He really wanted to ask Ji Yarrow, what was going on just now? "We're already like that, so why are you still showing me such a cold face? It's like you have some kind of deep grudge against me. Could it be that you're angry?" Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It really was possible. He had been a little too complacent just now, so it was inevitable that Ji Yarrow would be angry. It's just that it takes two hands to clap. If you weren't willing, why didn't you refuse from the start? Why was her resistance so weak? Yang Kai thought that she had acquiesced, so he took a mile after giving her an inch. This is so fucking awkward. I don't know how to interact with her in the future. Soon, they arrived at the Ice Island Forbidden Area. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and glanced at Ji Yarrow, but saw that her expression was the same as usual as she quietly stood there. Yang Kai sighed and cupped his fists. "I'll have to trouble junior sister Yarrow to take care of Su Yang." Ji Yarrow lightly replied, "Don't worry, She won't suffer the slightest grievance here. Yang Kai nodded and activated the space array. With a flash of light, they disappeared. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai found Hua Qing Sai and handed over the things he had obtained on this trip to her, letting her place them in the cultivation technique pavilion for the disciples to choose from. After Hua Qing Sai received them, she reported, Palace Master Li came over earlier and also sent over many cultivation techniques. I already thanked him, but he seems to have something to say to you. Where is he? He's in the discussion hall. I'll go take a look. After saying this, Yang Kai flew into the air and left. In the discussion hall, Li Jiao sat upright with Lu San Niang accompanying him. The two whispered to each other and laughed heartily. Suddenly, they felt someone flash by the door. When they looked up, their expressions shook as they stood up and bowed. Brother Li, are you looking for me for something? They were no longer outsiders. After going through life and death together, Yang Kai had gradually changed his opinion of Li Jiao, so there was no need for formalities. Li Jiao smiled and said, This Li wants my Fire Dragon Palace and Brother Yang's High Heaven Palace to form an alliance and help each other from now on. What does Brother Yang think? Chapter 32:18. Alliance. Helping each other? This was a good thing. Although the High Heaven Palace's foundation wasn't bad, and they even had more than 100,000 disciples, they were still a new force in the Northern Territory. If they could form an alliance with the Fire Dragon Palace, it would definitely be beneficial to their future development. Li Jiao was no longer an outsider, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse this kind of thing and immediately agreed. Li Jiao chuckled and cupped his hands, then in the future, my Fire Dragon Palace will have to look up to Brother Yang and follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace. He knew Yang Kai's abilities better than anyone else, so he knew that there was a hierarchy in this alliance. The Fire Dragon Palace couldn't compare to the High Heaven Palace, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The alliance between the two top forces was a big deal, but it was decided by the two of them in just a few words. They didn't even need to sign a document because no matter who it was, there was no need to sign a document. Brother Yang, since we have formed an alliance, we are family. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. Look at those debts, can they be waived for us? Back then, Li Jiao followed Ji Ying to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble and took advantage of the fact that the two were competing in alchemy to set up a bet. As a result, he lost miserably and owed the High Heaven Palace several decades of debt. Every year, he had to pay tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, causing the Fire Dragon Palace to live frugally. The elders and deacons under him complained that sometimes they couldn't even gather enough source crystals for their disciples to cultivate. Only a dozen years had passed, but the Fire Dragon Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking about the 20 to 30-year repayment period, Li Jiao felt a headache coming on. You tricked me. Yang Kai glared at Li Jiao. Those debts weren't a small number. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully and said with a thick face, in any case, you're not an outsider, not an outsider. Yang Kai snorted twice, it's not impossible to waive them. Li Jiao hurriedly took advantage of the situation and cupped his hands, thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand. But I have a condition. Li Jiao said, Brother Yang, please speak. Yang Kai said, you also know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. More than 100,000 disciples have just arrived. For the time being, we don't have to worry about cultivation resources, secret arts, and secret techniques. However, cultivation experience is indispensable. They need someone to teach them. My High Heaven Palace has too many gaps, and we can't spare so many people to teach them. Therefore, I would like to ask Li Jiao for help. On the path of cultivation, having someone to guide you and fumbling around on your own were two different concepts. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this throughout his journey. He already had this plan before, and now that Li Jiao had come up to him, how could he let him go? If not for the fact that Iceheart Valley's disciples only cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, which were not suitable for the general public, Yang Kai would have asked Bingyun to send some people to support him when he went to Iceheart Valley. However, The secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley's disciples were too monotonous and might not be suitable for other cultivators. What kind of support? Li Jiao was puzzled. I'll have to trouble you to send a group of experienced instructors from the Fire Dragon Palace to teach my disciples how to cultivate. So that's what it is. I thought it would be a big deal. Li Jiao immediately patted his chest and promised, no problem. After a pause, he continued, however, there are too many disciples in High Heaven Palace. Even if my Fire Dragon Palace supports them, I'm afraid it won't be enough. With more than 100,000 disciples, even if one instructor taught 500, they would need 200 to 300 people. How could the Fire Dragon Palace send so many people? After all, if one wanted to be an instructor, their cultivation had to be at least at the Dao Source realm. Cultivators below the Dao Source realm were useless. The cultivator from the Star Territory could already cultivate to the Origin King realm. All they lacked was the cultivation experience to reach the Origin King realm. Even if the Fire Dragon Palace had so many Dao Source realm masters, it was impossible to send all of them. Just respond to this urgent request first. I'll think of other ways to deal with the rest. Yang Kai sighed. With so many people, there were also many trivial matters. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He could only lay a foundation for the entire High Heaven Palace. As for how it would develop in the future, it would depend on the management of his subordinates and the progress of the disciples. How many people does Yang Kai need? Li Jiao asked. 100. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Although 100 people wasn't a small number, the Fire Dragon Palace could still transfer them. If there were more, it wouldn't be possible. Since they were instructors, they had to be able to teach others how to cultivate. Not everyone could take on this position. Cultivating and teaching others to cultivate were two different things. The Fire Dragon Palace was a big sect, so even if it was a little difficult to gather 100 instructors, it should be enough. The debt will be the monthly salary of these 100 instructors. Brother Li doesn't have any objections, right? No objections, no objections. Li Jiao replied with a smile. It had to be known that the debt was a huge amount of wealth. Sending out 100 instructors was a huge profit, so how could he have any objections? What's more, these 500 instructors were definitely going to be returned, so it wasn't a loss at all. Standing up, he said, there's no time to lose. This Li will rush back and send the people Brother Yang needs over as soon as possible. I'll go with you, Yang Kai said. Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he suddenly understood. Brother Yang wants to connect our two palaces. This will also make it easier to communicate. All right, Li Jiao didn't refuse and immediately set off with Yang Kai and Lu San Niang towards the Fire Dragon Palace. The three of them were all from the Emperor realm and had the help of flight artifacts, so their speed was naturally very fast. In just half a day, they arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao led the way, leading Yang Kai to a quiet and secluded place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai immediately began to arrange a space array. When night fell and the stars twinkled, the array was completed. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Yang Kai originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him, from Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future, everyone was in a good mood and their attitude towards Yang Kai naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Yang Kai. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Yang Kai in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Yang Kai sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that young Kai was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help young Kai rest, but young Kai refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, young Kai suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, I want to unify the Northern Territory, what do you think?" The night wind blew, and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, "Unify the Northern Territory?" Yes. Young Kai also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term, and they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory, it was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passion sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passion sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, the Seeking Passion sect protected those cities. However, after young Kai destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a monster king to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1 million people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Even if the High Heaven Palace was powerful, the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory weren't to be trifled with. The Monster King was indeed powerful, but there were only 3 of them. Moreover, the Monster King's identity was too sensitive, and it wasn't suitable for them to appear in public for a long time. Otherwise, if they provoked some almighty expert to come out and slay demons, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He didn't believe that there weren't any masters in the Northern Territory. The masters he could see were only on the surface. There were always some capable people hiding under the surface. Young Kai didn't know about them now because he hadn't touched their interests. Once he really provoked them, those people definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Currently, there were several top forces in the Northern Territory. The High Heaven Palace, Iceheart Valley, and Fire Dragon Palace could be said to be advancing and retreating together. If young Kai really wanted to unify the Northern Territory, these 2 forces definitely wouldn't have any objections. Young Kai also wouldn't touch the interests of these 2 forces, but the other forces would have to stand aside. Li Jiao understood young Kai's nature. He knew that this guy was skilled and bold. He even dared to kill his way out of Dragon Island, so there was probably nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. If it was someone else who asked this question, Li Jiao would probably laugh it off because it wasn't very realistic. However, since young Kai asked this, it was likely that he really wanted to do this and had the confidence to do so. Looking up, Li Jiao saw that young Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness, so Li Jiao knew that he wasn't talking about drunkenness. After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao said, "If Brother Yang really has such intentions, this Li will definitely do his best to help." He had just reached an agreement with young Kai to help each other, so Li Jiao naturally wouldn't slap his own face, but, "Brother Yang, are you mentally prepared to be condemned by thousands and cursed by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory?" Young Kai laughed heartily. "What does the life or death of others have to do with me? I only care about my High Heaven Palace." Li Jiao nodded. It was every man for himself. Since he had embarked on the journey of the martial Tao, he had to be mentally prepared to fall at any time. Killing and being killed was normal. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.